In the heart of Egypt's vast desert, ancient wonders rise. Towering pyramids, colossal statues, and intricate temples, all bearing the mark of civilization so advanced, it seems to defy time itself. But despite centuries of study, some of these marvels remain locked in mystery. How did a people without modern technology create these monumental feats? The Great Pyramid of Giza, perfectly aligned with the stars, stands as one of the most precise structures ever built. Yet, it was created over 4,500 years ago, with methods we still can't fully understand. The Sphinx, whether by millennia of sand and time, may be hiding secrets deep beneath its paws, a riddle no one has solved. And then there are the artifacts, strange carvings and images found in Egyptian temples that hint at advanced knowledge far beyond what we believe possible. Light bulbs, batteries, and even references to celestial bodies that were unknown to ancient civilizations. What were they trying to tell us? Historians and archaeologists have uncovered incredible evidence, but many questions remain unanswered. What we know for certain is that ancient Egypt doesn't fit the traditional narrative of early human civilization. Was there an unknown source of knowledge? Or was Egypt's brilliance a result of a lost, ancient technology that we've forgotten? Today, we're about to uncover the top 30 mysteries of ancient Egypt that science can't explain. Join me as we dive into the unknown, where history, science, and mystery collide. In the vast, sun-scorched desert of Egypt, one of the greatest feats of ancient engineering stands tall, the Great Pyramid of Giza. With its massive stone blocks, perfect geometric precision, and astonishing scale, the pyramid has mystified historians, engineers, and archaeologists for centuries. But one question continues to haunt the minds of those who study it. How did the ancient Egyptians build such an incredible structure without the modern tools and technology we take for granted today? Introduction. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom of Egypt around 4,500 years ago, is the largest and most iconic of the pyramids. It was originally built as a tomb for Pharaoh Khufu, or Cheops, and stood as the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. It consists of approximately 2.3 million limestone and granite blocks, each weighing between 2.5 and 15 tons. The structure rises to an original height of about 481 feet, 146 meters, with its base covering more than 13 acres. The sheer size and scale of the pyramid are awe-inspiring, but it's the methods used to construct it that remain one of the greatest mysteries of ancient Egypt. Despite the pyramid's immense scale and significance, the question of how it was built without advanced technology remains unresolved. While various theories have been proposed over the years, none fully explain the precision and sheer complexity involved in its construction. In this mystery, we'll explore the evidence, examine different theories, and uncover the hidden truths behind one of the greatest wonders of the ancient world. For centuries, the construction of the Great Pyramid has been a topic of debate, and various pieces of evidence from archaeological discoveries help piece together the puzzle. In order to understand how it was built, we first need to look at what we know for sure: materials and transportation. The primary materials used to build the Great Pyramid are limestone and granite. The majority of the pyramid was made from limestone, sourced from the local quarries near Giza. However, the internal chambers, including the king's chamber, were constructed from much heavier granite, brought from quarries located nearly 500 miles away in Aswan. The transportation of these massive stones, some weighing as much as 80 tons, would have been a monumental task. Research shows that the ancient Egyptians likely used sleds, wooden rollers, and ramps to transport these stones across the desert. Some evidence suggests that workers may have dragged the stones along wet sand, reducing friction and making the process easier. But how did they move such massive stones over long distances with no cranes or modern machinery, ramps, and construction techniques? A key mystery in construction of the Great Pyramid lies in how the workers lifted and placed these massive blocks. Over the years, several theories have been put forward, most of which involve ramps. One theory posits that the workers used straight ramps built at an angle to the pyramid to drag the stones up to the construction site. However, this would have required an enormous amount of space, and the sheer size of the ramps would have been impractical. Another theory suggests a spiral ramp was used, wrapping around the pyramid as it was built. This theory is based on the idea that a spiral ramp could have been constructed on the outside of the pyramid, allowing workers to haul stones up as the pyramid rose. Some evidence in the form of ancient inscriptions supports this idea, but no definitive proof has been found. A third possibility is that internal ramps were used to move the stones up. This theory suggests that ramps were built inside the pyramid itself, with the stones being dragged up the internal passageways as the pyramid was constructed from the inside out. Some believe that remnants of these internal ramps might still be hidden inside the pyramid, but they remain undiscovered to this day. Precision and alignment. One of the most astounding aspects of the Great Pyramid is its incredible precision. The pyramid sides are aligned almost perfectly with the four cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. Modern measurements show that the sides of the pyramid vary by less than 0.05 degrees in length. This level of accuracy was achieved without the use of modern instruments, which raises the question: how did the ancient Egyptians accomplish such a feat? Some scholars believe that the Egyptians used the stars to align the pyramid. The stars of the constellation Orion were considered sacred by the ancient Egyptians, and it is possible that the alignment of the Great Pyramid was based on their position in the sky. Additionally, the ancient Egyptians were known to have an advanced knowledge of geometry and astronomy, which may have helped them achieve such precise measurements. However, the exact methods they used to align the pyramid with such accuracy remain a mystery. Several theories have been proposed over the centuries to explain how the ancient Egyptians built the Great Pyramid. Some of these theories are based on ancient accounts and historical records, while others rely on modern-day scientific analysis and experimentation. The workforce. Many theories suggest that the Great Pyramid was built by a large workforce of skilled laborers, slaves, or a combination of both. Ancient Greek historians, such as Herodotus, claim that tens of thousands of workers were involved in construction, but modern archaeological evidence suggests that the actual number may have been closer to 20,000 to 30,000 people. These workers were not slaves, as was once believed, but likely skilled laborers and craftsmen who were employed by the state. The workers would have been housed in a village near the pyramid, and archaeological excavations have uncovered the remains of such a village, with evidence of workers' tombs, workshops, and living quarters. The workers likely worked in shifts, using simple tools and techniques to complete the construction over a period of several decades. The role of advanced technology. One of the most fascinating theories is that the ancient Egyptians had access to advanced technologies that have since been lost to history. Some proponents of this theory suggest that the Egyptians may have used lost or unknown technology to aid in construction of the Great Pyramid. This could include advanced machinery, such as cranes, levers, or pulleys, which would have made the lifting and transportation of the massive stones much easier. Others speculate that the ancient Egyptians may have possessed a knowledge of energy sources that we have yet to rediscover, possibly using sound or electromagnetic fields to levitate the stones. While there is no hard evidence to support this theory, it remains an intriguing possibility for those who believe that the ancient Egyptians were far more advanced than we give them credit for. The alien hypothesis. Perhaps the most sensational and controversial theory surrounding the construction of the Great Pyramid is the idea that extraterrestrial beings were involved in its creation. Proponents of this theory argue that the precision, scale, and alignment of the pyramid are far beyond what could have been achieved by a primitive civilization. They believe that ancient aliens may have provided the Egyptians with advanced knowledge or technology to help them build such a monumental structure. While mainstream archaeologists and historians dismiss this theory as unsubstantiated and speculative, it has nonetheless captured the imagination of many people around the world. Some point to similarity between the Great Pyramid and other ancient structures, such as the Mayan pyramids in Central America, as evidence of a global civilization that may have had contact with extraterrestrial beings. The mystery of how the Great Pyramid of Giza was built is far from solved. While there are numerous theories, none have been definitively proven, and the questions surrounding its construction continue to spark debate and fascination. Was the pyramid constructed using simple tools and techniques, or was there an advanced technology at play? How did the ancient Egyptians achieve such precision and alignment without the modern instruments we rely on today? What we do know for certain is that the Great Pyramid stands as a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the ancient Egyptians. It is a monument that has withstood the test of time, and its secrets may never be fully revealed. As we continue to study and explore the mysteries of ancient Egypt, one thing is clear. The Great Pyramid remains one of the most incredible and enigmatic structures ever built by mankind. But the mystery of how it was built is far from over. Could there be hidden chambers or ancient blueprints that will one day unlock the secrets of its construction? Only time will tell. As we stand before the Great Pyramid of Giza, gazing up at its towering grandeur, one thing is strikingly clear. The ancient Egyptians didn't just build pyramids, they constructed symbols. Symbols deeply tied to the cosmos. But as we look closer, a question emerges from the desert sands. What is the connection between the pyramids and the stars? Was this simply a coincidence? Or was there a grand celestial design at play? What we now know is that the alignment of the pyramids with the stars of Orion's belt is no accident. But why was this particular constellation so important? The pyramids of Giza, specifically the Great Pyramid, have long been celebrated for their engineering precision and grandeur. Yet, one of the most fascinating aspects of these ancient monuments is the way they are aligned with the stars of Orion's belt. The three main pyramids at Giza, built around 4,500 years ago, appear to mirror the alignment of the stars in constellation Orion, a pattern that has intrigued archaeologists, astronomers, and mystics alike. Orion was of profound importance to the ancient Egyptians. The stars of this constellation were closely associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife, rebirth, and agriculture. In Egyptian mythology, Osiris was said to be resurrected in the heavens as a constellation, and the alignment of the pyramids suggests that the Egyptians believed the pharaohs would join Osiris in the stars after their death. This mysterious alignment raises an important question. Why did the ancient Egyptians choose this particular configuration of stars? Was it a reflection of their religious beliefs, or could it be something far more profound? Let's dive deeper into the evidence to uncover the cosmic secrets behind the pyramids. The alignment of the pyramids with Orion's belt is not just a curious coincidence. It is a deliberate and precise design choice, something that has been studied extensively by both historians and modern scientists. Let's explore some key pieces of evidence that shed light on the celestial connection. The position of the pyramids. The three largest pyramids at Giza, the Great Pyramid, the Pyramid of Khafre, and the Pyramid of Menkaure, are all aligned in a way that corresponds closely to the position of the three stars in Orion's belt. Astronomical studies have shown that, when viewed from the sky, the stars in Orion's belt appear to be positioned in a near-perfect line. This alignment with the pyramids is too precise to be dismissed as mere coincidence. The Great Pyramid, the largest of three, aligns almost perfectly with the central star of Orion's belt, Alnilam. The second pyramid, the Pyramid of Khafre, aligns with the star Mintaka, while the smallest, the Pyramid of Menkaure, aligns with Alnitak. This precision suggests that the ancient Egyptians had a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, using the stars as a cosmic blueprint for their monuments. The role of Osiris in the afterlife. In ancient Egyptian belief, the stars of Orion were strongly associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. According to Egyptian mythology, Osiris was murdered and dismembered by his brother Seth, only to be resurrected by his wife, Isis. Osiris' resurrection was said to occur in the stars, where his soul became immortal. The alignment of the pyramid with Orion's belt is believed to symbolize the pharaoh's journey to join Osiris in the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that the pharaoh's soul would ascend to the heavens and be reborn as a star in Orion's constellation. This celestial connection is further emphasized by the presence of the pyramid texts, ancient religious texts found in the tombs of pharaohs, which contain references to the resurrection of the king's soul and its ascent to the stars. Astronomical significance of the alignment. The precision of the pyramid alignment with Orion's belt isn't just about symbolism, also points to the Egyptians' advanced knowledge of astronomy. Modern calculations show that the positioning of the pyramids corresponds closely to the stars of Orion's belt, not only in their physical location, but also in terms of their movement across the night sky. The Egyptians likely used a sophisticated form of celestial navigation, observing the stars over long periods to predict seasonal changes, guide agricultural activities, and align their monuments. The exact alignment of the pyramids with Orion suggests that the builders were able to track the stars' positions with incredible precision, possibly using simple tools like a plumb line, sighting rods, or even the stars themselves as a natural compass. Various hypotheses have been put forward to explain why the Egyptians chose to align their pyramids with Orion. These range from religious and symbolic interpretations to more scientific explanations about the role of astronomy in ancient Egyptian society. The celestial afterlife. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the pyramids were aligned with Orion to reflect the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. By aligning the pyramids with the stars of Orion, the Egyptians were creating a cosmic pathway for the deceased pharaoh's soul to ascend to the heavens and be reborn as part of Osiris' divine realm. This theory is supported by ancient texts and carvings that describe the pharaoh's journey through the stars to join Osiris in the afterlife. The role of astronomical knowledge. Some researchers believe that the alignment of the pyramids with Orion reflects the Egyptians' advanced understanding of astronomy and their ability to track the stars with precision. The pyramids could have been constructed as part of a larger celestial observatory, designed to align with key astronomical events such as solstices or equinoxes. The use of Orion as a celestial marker might have been tied to these events, helping to define the Egyptians' calendar and agricultural cycles. The theory of ancient knowledge, or extraterrestrial influence, while controversial and largely speculative, some theories suggest that the ancient Egyptians may have received knowledge of astronomy and architecture from extraterrestrial sources. Proponents of this hypothesis argue that the alignment of the pyramids with Orion's belt, combined with precision of construction and the complex symbolism involved, indicates that the Egyptians were not working with the same technologies and methods we understand today. This theory often ties into ideas of lost civilizations or advanced ancient knowledge that has been forgotten over time. The alignment of the pyramids with Orion's belt remains one of the most captivating mysteries of ancient Egypt. Was this alignment the symbolic representation of the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife? Or did it reflect a deeper, more practical understanding of the stars, guiding the Egyptians in their agricultural and religious practices? While we may never fully understand the exact reasoning behind the pyramid's alignment, one thing is clear. The ancient Egyptians possessed an extraordinary understanding of the cosmos, and the pyramids themselves were not just tombs, but keys to a grand celestial plan. Whether you believe it was a religious expression, an astronomical observatory, or something more, the connection between the pyramids and Orion's belt continues to intrigue and inspire us. As we leave the shadow of the Great Pyramid and look up at the stars tonight, we are reminded that the mysteries of ancient Egypt are far from over. What other secrets lie hidden in the alignment of the heavens and the monuments of the past? Only time and further exploration will tell. As we stand before the great Sphinx of Giza, a monumental figure carved into the stone of the desert, we can't help but wonder, what secrets does this colossal statue hold? Carved with the body of a lion and the face of a pharaoh, the Sphinx has been a symbol of mystery for centuries. But as we look closer, another question emerges. How did the ancient Egyptians construct such a masterpiece? And why does it seem to stand as an enigma to the very origins of Egyptian civilization? What if everything we thought we knew about the Sphinx is wrong? Could this ancient monument be far older than we ever imagined? And if so, what could that mean for our understanding of ancient Egypt? The Great Sphinx, one of the most iconic and enigmatic monuments of ancient Egypt, has stood for over 4,000 years. But despite its grandeur, the true purpose and origins of this monument remain a mystery. Is it truly the creation of Pharaoh Khafre, as the Egyptologists claim, or does the Sphinx's history stretch back much further than we realize? In this mystery, we'll explore the many facets of the Sphinx, from its design and alignment to the strange weathering patterns that have caused many to reconsider its age. Could the Sphinx be far older than the dynastic Egyptians? What could it mean if it were? Let's dive into the clues and explore one of the most intriguing mysteries of ancient Egypt. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence that suggests the Sphinx could be much older than previously thought lies in its weathering patterns. As you look at the Sphinx today, you'll notice two types of erosion on its body. The upper part, which is more exposed to the elements, shows the typical effects of wind erosion, as one would expect in a desert environment. But the lower half, particularly the body of the Sphinx, exhibits a very different type of erosion, water erosion. This is highly unusual because, as we know, Egypt has been a desert for thousands of years, with very little rainfall. In 1992, geologist Robert Schoch studied the Sphinx in great detail and concluded that the erosion on the body of the Sphinx is far more consistent with the effects of water than wind. Schoch suggested that the Sphinx was built at a time when the region was much wetter, around 10,000 BCE or earlier, long before the rise of the ancient Egyptian civilization. According to his hypothesis, the Sphinx may have been carved during a period when the Sahara was a much more temperate region, possibly a time when the climate was dramatically different. This theory challenges the conventional dating of the Sphinx, which places its construction at around 2500 BCE during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre. While Schoch's theory is still controversial, it does raise some intriguing questions. If the Sphinx is truly that old, could it point to a lost civilization that predates the ancient Egyptians? And what other secrets might the Sphinx hold, waiting to be uncovered? Another critical piece of evidence that challenges our understanding of the Sphinx is its face. The general consensus among Egyptologists has been that the face represents Pharaoh Khafre, who is associated with a nearby pyramid. The face's features, with its broad nose and serene expression, have long been thought to reflect the likeness of this ruler. However, some researchers argue that the features of the face appear to be out of proportion or inconsistent with the known depictions of Khafre. One of the most obvious anomalies is the missing nose. While the nose is often said to have been destroyed by medieval invaders, the shape and structure of the face itself raise questions about whether it was originally intended to resemble Khafre. Some suggest that the Sphinx's face might have been recarved at some point in history, possibly to resemble the pharaoh. What's even more curious is that the face seems to have been significantly altered over time. If the Sphinx was originally a depiction of another ruler, or even a deity, why would it have been recarved to reflect Khafre? This leads to another possibility. The Sphinx may have been originally built as a representation of an earlier figure, perhaps even a god or a king from an entirely different period. The unusual proportions of the face, with its relatively narrow features and unique expression, suggests that it may have originally looked quite different. In 1996, a fascinating discovery was made beneath the Sphinx, a network of tunnels and chambers hidden deep beneath the statue. These tunnels have been sealed for centuries, and the Egyptian authorities have been reluctant to allow thorough investigations of them. The tunnels, which extend far beneath the body of the Sphinx, have intrigued researchers who believe they may hold the key to understanding the true purpose of the monument. What makes the discovery of these tunnels particularly compelling is that they seem to lead to chambers that are yet to be explored. Some speculate that these chambers could contain hidden artifacts, inscriptions, or even ancient scrolls that could shed light on the Sphinx's origins. But what's more intriguing is the possibility that these tunnels were part of a much larger, older structure, something that predates the dynastic Egyptians. In 2008, some investigators suggested that the tunnels may have been used for ceremonial or religious purposes, possibly connected to the ancient Egyptian belief in the afterlife. Others believe that the tunnels could have been designed to protect something precious, perhaps knowledge, treasures, or sacred objects that were meant to be hidden from the public. Could these hidden chambers reveal a secret history of the Sphinx that has been deliberately concealed for thousands of years? These pieces of evidence, the unusual weathering, the strange features of the Sphinx's face, and the discovery of hidden tunnels beneath the monument, all suggest that the Sphinx is much more than just a statue built by Khafre. Could the Sphinx be an ancient relic from a lost civilization? Or is there a deeper purpose to this monumental figure that we have yet to uncover? The evidence points to the possibility that the Sphinx could be far older, and the answers may lie hidden beneath the sands of time, waiting to be discovered. The Great Sphinx of Giza, with its enigmatic presence, continues to provoke speculation and intrigue, offering us glimpses into a past that seems almost too distant and mysterious to comprehend. While scholars agree on the general concept that the Sphinx is linked to ancient Egyptian civilization, the true origins, purpose, and meaning of this monument remain fiercely debated. Below, we explore three major hypotheses that aim to explain the origins of the Sphinx, based on a combination of archaeological, geological, and historical evidence. The most widely accepted theory about the Sphinx's origins is that it was constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre in the 4th dynasty, around 2500 BC. This view has long been held by mainstream Egyptology, based on the monument's proximity to Khafre's pyramid and the presence of inscriptions that seem to associate the Sphinx with the pharaoh. According to traditional Egyptology, the Sphinx was created as a monumental figure to honor Khafre, who is believed to have ruled Egypt during the Old Kingdom. The Sphinx's lion body symbolizes strength, kingship, and the mighty forces of nature, while the human head, often attributed to Khafre, represents divine kingship. As the guardian of the Giza Plateau, the Sphinx was thought to protect the pharaoh's tomb and the surrounding area. Supporters of this theory point to the design of the Sphinx, which aligns with the cultural and religious context of the time. The Sphinx was seen as an extension of Khafre's divine power, reinforcing his place as an intermediary between the gods and the people of Egypt. The monument position, facing directly eastward toward the rising sun, was also symbolic, connecting it to the sun god Ra, whose worship was central to Egyptian belief. However, while this theory provides a straightforward explanation, the evidence for a 2500 BCE construction date remains challenged by recent discoveries, particularly those related to the Sphinx's weathering patterns. If the Sphinx were built around this time, why does it appear to have been subject to erosion from rainfall, a phenomenon more consistent with a much older climate? This is where other, more radical hypotheses come into play. One of the more controversial and provocative theories suggests that the Sphinx is far older than traditionally believed, possibly even predating the rise of the dynastic Egyptians by thousands of years. Some researchers, including geologist Robert Schoch, propose that the monument was built around 10,000 BCE, long before Khafre's time. The most compelling evidence of this theory lies in the Sphinx's unusual weathering. As previously mentioned, the erosion patterns on the body of the Sphinx are far more consistent with the effects of water erosion than wind erosion. In an arid climate like Egypt's, water erosion would be highly unlikely unless there was a period of significant rainfall in the region, something that would have occurred thousands of years ago during the end of the last ice age. Schoch's research indicates that the Sahara region, which is now a desert, was once a much wetter landscape with rainfall, rivers, and lakes. This suggests that the Sphinx, and perhaps even the entire Giza Plateau, was constructed during a time when the climate was radically different. According to this hypothesis, a lost civilization, potentially predating known Egyptian history, may have had the technological and engineering skills to create such a monumental structure. If the Sphinx were truly built in 10,000 BC, it would challenge everything we know about ancient history. This theory posits that this mysterious civilization was highly advanced, with knowledge of astronomy, architecture, and engineering that surpassed even the capabilities of later civilizations. The monument could, therefore, be a remnant of this lost culture left behind in the sands of time after its downfall. Could this lost civilization have been a precursor to the Egyptian Empire, or was it an entirely separate culture altogether? Proponents of the lost civilization theory suggest that this earlier society was destroyed by a cataclysmic event, perhaps a natural disaster or a global climate shift, which led to the collapse of their advanced infrastructure and technology. The existence of such a civilization would radically shift our understanding of human history, suggesting that the knowledge and innovations of later cultures, such as the Egyptians, may have been built on remnants of this earlier civilization's achievements. This would not be the first time history has hidden such stories. Ancient myths, like the tale of Atlantis, have long alluded to the existence of advanced societies that were lost to time. If the Sphinx was a product of this lost civilization, it would be a testament to their technological prowess. The precision of the carving, its astronomical alignment, and and its enigmatic features suggest that the creators of Sphinx had a deep understanding of the natural world and the cosmos. Yet, as time passed, their knowledge and achievements may have been buried beneath layers of sand and forgotten by the civilizations that followed. Another hypothesis suggests that the Sphinx was constructed not just as a monument to Khafre or a pharaoh's divine right, but as part of a much larger cosmic and religious system. According to this theory, the Sphinx may have served a deeply symbolic purpose, connected to the heavens and the stars. The alignment of the Sphinx with the constellation Leo is one of the key pieces of evidence that support this hypothesis. The Sphinx is positioned in such a way that its body is aligned with the rising sun during the spring equinox, and its head points directly toward the stars of the constellation Leo, which were highly significant in the Egyptian cosmology. Some researchers suggest that the Sphinx was not merely a representation of a king, but rather a depiction of celestial being, perhaps the lioness goddess Sekhmet, or even the sun god Ra. In this view, the Sphinx was built as a monumental symbol of the cosmic order, a guardian of the afterlife, and a conduit between the physical and spiritual realms. Its alignment with Leo could symbolize the lion's role as a guardian of the heavens, with the Sphinx serving as a cosmic gateway. In this religious and astronomical context, the Sphinx could have been more than just a physical statue. It may have been part of an ancient Egyptian ritual to connect the pharaoh with the gods. The Sphinx would have functioned as a guide for the soul of the king, helping him navigate the afterlife and achieve immortality in the heavens. This would explain why the Sphinx's exact purpose remains so elusive. Its true significance could be deeply tied to the spiritual beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, who saw their world as one intertwined with the divine and the celestial. Despite centuries of research, the Great Sphinx of Giza continues to defy explanation. Is it the creation of Pharaoh Khafre, or is it the remnant of an ancient civilization lost to history? Could it be an astronomical and religious symbol, a monument to the gods, or perhaps an enigmatic message left behind by a far older civilization? The evidence suggests that the Sphinx may be much older than traditionally believed, and its true origins are still shrouded in mystery. Whether it was created by the ancient Egyptians or a lost civilization, the Sphinx serves as a reminder that the past holds secrets that we may never fully understand. One thing is certain: the Sphinx remains a symbol of the enduring mysteries of ancient Egypt. And as we continue to explore its origins, we may one day uncover the hidden truths that lie beneath the sands of time. As we've journeyed through the mysteries of ancient Egypt, we've explored monumental structures like the Great Pyramid of Giza and the enigmatic Sphinx, each posing questions that challenge our understanding of history and technology. But the wonders of ancient Egypt extend beyond architecture and art. They also beckon us to consider what the Egyptians may have known about science and technology. One such mystery involves a bizarre and perplexing relief carving found at the Temple of Hathor in Dendera, Egypt. This artifact, known as the Dendera light bulb, has intrigued researchers and alternative historians for decades. It shows what appears to be a lamp or a light source, but not just any lamp. This image suggests the possibility that the ancient Egyptians might have had access to advanced technology far beyond what we would expect from a civilization that lived more than 2,000 years ago. Could the Egyptians have discovered electricity? Or is there a more mystical, symbolic meaning behind this carving? Let's dive deeper into this mystery, examining the evidence, exploring various hypotheses, and try to uncover whether the ancient Egyptians had access to knowledge that seems almost too modern to comprehend. The Dendera light bulb is part of a larger relief carving located on the ceiling of the Hathor Temple in Dendera, located in Upper Egypt. The relief itself has become one of the most well-known and controversial artifacts in Egyptian archaeology. The scene in question features a figure holding what appears to be a long tube, and this tube seems to be connected to a larger bell-shaped object. Some scholars argue that the object depicted is a lamp of some kind, while others have suggested that it represents a more symbolic or ceremonial object. What makes this relief so intriguing is the presence of what looks like a filament or coil inside the tube, which many believe may resemble an electric light bulb or an early form of electrical technology. The figure depicted in the relief is often interpreted as the god Horus or another deity, holding the object in a manner that appears to suggest it's a source of light. The presence of the coil has drawn comparisons to a filament inside a modern light bulb, prompting questions. Could the ancient Egyptians have had access to a form of electricity or light source that we are only now beginning to understand? To truly appreciate the complexity of this theory, we need to examine the details of the Dendra relief and consider the possibility of ancient technological advancements. Upon close inspection, the Dendra relief features several distinct elements that contribute to the light bulb hypothesis. In the relief, the central object is a large, circular, or bell-shaped item, which seems to be surrounded by a coil-like structure. A figure, possibly a deity, stands next to the object, holding in a way that could suggest it is being powered or activated. The structure of the coil inside the object is what has caught the attention of researchers. The key feature that has led some to conclude that this relief depicts a light bulb is the coil. The coil appears to be wound in a spiral fashion, similar to the filament of a modern incandescent light bulb. This filament is essential in generating light when electricity is passed through it, a technology we associate with the 19th century, not ancient Egypt. But the resemblance between the coil and a modern light bulb filament has prompted researchers to ask whether the ancient Egyptians might have had access to a form of electricity, or at the very least, a technology that allowed them to create artificial light in a way that we have yet to fully comprehend. Some proponents of this theory argue that this discovery could rewrite history, suggesting that ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge of electrical technology far earlier than we thought. If they did indeed harness electricity, it would raise the possibility of a lost advanced civilization or a forgotten technological breakthrough in ancient times. To fully evaluate the light bulb theory, we must first take a closer look at the context in which the relief was found. The relief in question is part of a larger series of carvings that adorn the ceiling of the Hathor Temple at Dendra, which was built during the Greco-Roman period, around 54 BCE to 130 CE. The reliefs show various gods, rituals, and symbolic representations, many of which are deeply tied to Egyptian religion and mythology. Hathor, the goddess associated with this temple, was a goddess of love, fertility, and motherhood, but she was also linked to music, joy, and light. In the Dendra reliefs, she is often depicted with a sun disk above her head, and the temple itself is designed in a way that aligns with solar and lunar cycles. The context of the relief suggests that it was likely created as part of religious rituals, with many of the images symbolizing cosmic and celestial events. While the light bulb interpretation is certainly one possibility, it's important to consider whether the object in the relief might have a symbolic or ritualistic meaning rather than being a literal depiction of an electrical device. The Egyptians were known for their elaborate symbolic language, and many of their carvings were deeply intertwined with their religious beliefs. Could the object in the Dendra relief represent a divine source of light or power rather than a technological device? Perhaps it was meant to convey the idea of spiritual illumination or the cosmic energy that powered the universe, as opposed to a literal source of light. It's also worth noting that the relief may not depict an object at all. Some scholars argue that the carving could simply be a representation of the womb of the goddess, as Hathor was also considered the mother of creation. In this case, the coil could symbolize the process of creation itself, and the light might be a metaphor for the birth of life and knowledge, rather than a depiction of a light bulb. While the light bulb theory is certainly intriguing, there are alternative explanations that may shed light on the true nature of the Dendra relief. One common theory is that the image represents an ancient form of ritual or ceremonial lamp, rather than an electrical device. The ancient Egyptians were known for their use of lamps and oil burners, and the bell-shaped object could very well be a representation of an oil lamp, with a coil symbolizing the wick or flame. In this context, the image may not be referring to an electrical light source, but rather a symbolic depiction of light itself, which was a key concept in Egyptian religion. Another theory posits that the image could be depicting a form of incense burner, which was used in religious ceremonies to produce smoke. The coil in this interpretation could be seen as the smoke rising from the burner. Incense had great significance in Egyptian rituals, where it was used to purify spaces and create a connection between the physical and spiritual worlds. In this sense, The relief might be a symbolic representation of the divine or the unseen forces that permeated the cosmos. Yet another possibility is that the relief is an artistic or symbolic representation of cosmic or celestial forces, such as the energy of the stars or the sun. The Egyptians had a deep understanding of astronomy, and many of their symbols and carvings were designed to convey spiritual concepts and divine order. The light bulb, in this interpretation, might be more of a metaphysical symbol, representing the light of knowledge or enlightenment that emanates from the gods. Skeptics of the light bulb theory argue that we must be cautious not to project modern technological concepts onto ancient symbols. It's essential to consider the cultural and religious context of the relief before jumping to conclusions. Ancient Egyptian art was often stylized and highly symbolic, and many of the figures and objects depicted had meanings that were deeply tied to the spiritual beliefs of the time. The Dendra light bulb is a fascinating and mysterious carving, one that continues to spark the imagination of researchers, historians, and alternative theorists alike. While the possibility of ancient Egyptians having access to electricity remains an exciting prospect, we must carefully consider the evidence and explore all possible interpretations. Whether the relief depict a form of electrical technology, an ancient oil lamp, or a symbolic representation of divine light, it highlights the incredible complexity of ancient Egyptian thought. The civilization's understanding of light, energy, and creation was deeply intertwined with their religious and cosmic beliefs, which makes it difficult to separate fact from symbolism. The mystery of the Dendra light bulb, much like many other ancient Egyptian wonders, invites us to challenge our assumptions and reconsider what we think we know about the past. Could there be a deeper, hidden history of technological achievement, lost knowledge, or spiritual illumination that we have yet to uncover? The answer remains elusive, but the Dendra relief continues to stand as a reminder that ancient Egypt's mysteries are far from being fully understood. As we leave behind the glowing enigmas of Dendra light, our path leads not upward to the stars, but deep into the ground, into what may be one of the greatest lost architectural feats of the ancient world. A place so vast and so complex that ancient historians claimed it rivaled, even surpassed, the pyramids of Giza in magnificence. Welcome to the mystery of the lost labyrinth of Egypt. Centuries ago, Greek historian Herodotus stood at the edge of an immense structure near the city of Hara in Egypt and was left speechless. He described it as a labyrinthine temple with over 3,000 chambers, intricately connected through winding corridors, colonnades, and subterranean halls. He claimed it was a marvel beyond words, and yet it seems to have vanished without a trace. But did it ever truly exist? Today, archaeologists and researchers still debate its reality. Was the labyrinth a real architectural wonder lost to time and buried beneath layers of sand and secrecy? Or was it simply a legend, exaggerated over generations, distorted by imagination and ancient myth? Let's investigate this extraordinary enigma through historical records, modern expeditions, and unexplained discoveries that hint at something massive, something hidden, just beneath our feet. Herodotus, often called the father of history, visited Egypt in the 5th century BC and wrote extensively about its people, their customs, and their monuments. But it was the labyrinth of Hara that left the deepest impression on him. He wrote, "It surpasses even the pyramids. The passages and rooms defy description. Anyone who entered them would be bewildered, for they stretched endlessly, some above ground, some below." According to Herodotus, the labyrinth was located near the ancient city of Crocodilopolis, today's Hara in the Fayum Oasis. It was said to house the tombs of kings and sacred crocodiles, and to serve as a temple of worship. He wasn't the only one. Later Greek authors like Strabo and Pliny the Elder also refer to the labyrinth, describing it as an immense hall with roof galleries supported by giant columns. They even gave details: 12 courts, perfectly aligned, 1,500 chambers above, and the same number underground. But if such a structure truly existed, why is it missing today? For centuries, no physical proof of the labyrinth emerged. Then in the 19th century, the British archaeologist Flinders Petrie, famed for his methodical excavations, conducted a dig at Hara. He unearthed massive stone blocks, worn statues, and the base of what he believed was part of the superstructure of the labyrinth. Petrie concluded that the site had indeed been real, but had been quarried extensively during the Roman period, with much of its material reused for other constructions. But that wasn't the end of the story. In 2008, a joint Egyptian-Belgian team conducted a ground-penetrating radar, GPR, survey of the area. What they found astonished researchers: a massive geometric structure buried beneath the sands that matched ancient descriptions in shape and layout. The results were published quietly. No major excavation followed, and mysteriously, the site was soon sealed off by authorities. Why? Was it to protect the ruins from looters? Or was there something more enigmatic beneath the surface? Something that challenged the conventional narrative of Egyptian history? Even today, satellite imagery shows strange rectangular outlines and depressions in the soil near Hera. Something is down there. But what? The labyrinth, if real, raises enormous questions. Who built it? Why would the ancient Egyptians construct such a massive underground complex, separate from pyramids, and then abandon it? The mainstream view is that it may have been commissioned by Amenemhat III, a pharaoh of the 12th dynasty, around 1800 BCE. His nearby pyramid at Hera still stands, though it is in ruins. Some believe the labyrinth was meant to be a mortuary temple for his reign, a monument to his power, and a place of religious and political control. However, this theory fails to explain its immense scale, its intricate design, or the consistency of ancient accounts which describe multiple levels, underground chambers, and a layout designed to confuse intruders like a protective maze. This has led to alternative theories. Some believe the labyrinth wasn't just a tomb, but a repository of knowledge, a place where the ancient Egyptians stored sacred scrolls, astronomical data, and forgotten technologies, echoing tales of the Library of Alexandria. Some even claim the labyrinth might have functioned as a predecessor or a backup for lost wisdom. Others suggest it was a ritualistic initiation complex, similar to the Greek Eleusinian mysteries. The winding halls may have been used to disorient and transform initiates in symbolic journeys from darkness into light. But the most radical hypothesis? That the labyrinth is far older than we think. Some fringe historians argue that the structure predates dynastic Egypt altogether, possibly dating back to a pre-cataclysmic civilization, similar to theories proposed for the Sphinx. In this version, the labyrinth becomes a remnant of forgotten era, one wiped out by natural disaster or global reset, its secrets buried with it. One of the most perplexing aspects of the Lost Labyrinth is not just what we know, but what we don't. Why? After multiple modern confirmations that a structure exists beneath Hera, has no full-scale excavation occurred? Why are findings limited to brief academic mentions, then left untouched? Is it due to lack of funding, political tensions, or something more elusive? And what lies beneath those thousands of tons of sand and stone? If the labyrinth does exist in its full form, it would be one of the largest ancient constructions ever attempted, rivaling even Angkor Wat or Teotihuacan in scale. Its discovery would force historians to rethink the timeline, purpose, and sophistication of ancient Egyptian engineering. There are rumors, too, whispers from those who claim to have visited the site in secret. Talk of sealed chambers, giant sarcophagi, even engraved walls written in an unknown script. No solid evidence supports these claims, but the mystery only grows. The lost labyrinth of Egypt remains just that, lost, buried beneath time, sand, and the silence of history. And yet, its shadow still looms large. Ancient texts speak of it, modern scans hint at it, and the pieces, fragmented, scattered, keep calling to us from beneath the surface. Was it truly the resting place of pharaohs and sacred creatures, a vault of forgotten knowledge, a test of human will, or simply a myth inflated by wonder? We don't know, not yet, but perhaps the real labyrinth is not of stone, but of questions, twisting corridors of doubt and possibility. And like Herodotus standing at its gates 2,500 years ago, we are left to wonder not only what is buried there, but why it was hidden in the first place. What truth lies in the heart of the labyrinth? And are we ready to face it? If the labyrinth of Egypt represents a forgotten monument of unimaginable scale, our next mystery shifts the spotlight from structure to man, a man who, in many ways, shaped the very foundation of ancient Egypt's architectural legacy. His name is known, whispered through centuries with reverence and awe. Imhotep, the architect of the first pyramid, a physician, a priest, a scribe, and eventually a god. And yet, despite his legendary status, his tomb has never been found. How can a final resting place of one of the most influential figures in human history remain lost? This is the mystery of the missing tomb of Imhotep. Long before the towering pyramids of Giza rose from desert sands, there was Saqqara, Egypt's earliest royal necropolis. And it was here in the 27th century BCE that Pharaoh Djoser's step pyramid was built, the first monumental structure made entirely of stone. Its architect, Imhotep. But Imhotep was no ordinary architect. He was also a high priest of Ra, a royal vizier, a physician so advanced that later Greeks identified him with Asclepius, their god of medicine. Thousands of years after his death, Egyptians worshipped him as a demigod, a rare honor for a mortal. And yet, for all his accomplishments, for all the temples, rituals, and dynasties he influenced, the one thing we cannot find is his tomb. Why? What happened to burial of the man who helped launch Egypt's greatest architectural tradition? Was it hidden deliberately or destroyed to conceal something more? Let's investigate the trail of Imhotep and the many tantalizing clues that continue to baffle archaeologists. Egyptologists have long believed that Imhotep was buried somewhere near the step pyramid at Saqqara, a site he himself designed. Given his stature, it would make sense that his tomb would lie close to Djoser's, perhaps even beneath one of the hundreds of unexplored shafts and galleries that rule the necropolis. In 1924, French archaeologist Jean-Philippe Lauer unearthed parts of a large tomb complex just southeast of Djoser's pyramid. For years, some speculated it could be the long-lost tomb of Imhotep, but despite extensive digging, no definitive evidence emerged. No inscriptions, no statues, no sarcophagus. Later expeditions uncovered a series of tunnels and burial shafts that date back to the Old Kingdom, many of them looted in antiquity. But buried deeper still, researchers found something odd. A chamber filled with thousands of ibis mummies, dedicated to Thoth, the god of wisdom. Was this connected to Imhotep, who was often associated with wisdom and healing? And then came the Serapeum, a mysterious underground necropolis where massive sarcophagi, some weighing up to 70 tons, housed the sacred Apis bulls. Strangely, near the entrance to this site, archaeologists discovered a Greek-era shrine dedicated to Imhotep. Coincidence? Or a marker pointing towards something deeper, something still undiscovered? There are three primary theories as to why the tomb of Imhotep has never been found. Each is rooted in historical possibility, and each carries its own deeper implications. Theory 1. The tomb lies undiscovered at Saqqara. This is the most widely accepted theory among mainstream archaeologists. They believe Imhotep was interred with honor, likely in a richly decorated tomb near the step pyramid. But over thousands of years, his tomb may have collapsed, been looted, or become buried beneath the shifting sands and debris of later constructions. The problem? Saqqara has been extensively excavated for over a century, and yet no clear trace of Imhotep has ever emerged. How could a tomb that should have been monumental in scale remain completely hidden? This has led some to suggest his burial lies in an unreachable zone, or beneath a structure that no one has dared to dismantle, like Djoser's pyramid itself. Could his tomb lie directly beneath the very monument he built? Theory 2. His tomb was erased or concealed. This theory enters more mysterious territory. Some researchers argue that Imhotep's tomb was intentionally erased from the record, perhaps to protect dangerous knowledge, or prevent future generations from accessing his secrets. Imhotep was credited with healing miracles, architectural genius, and mystical wisdom. Some legends even claim he possessed lost knowledge of the gods, including astronomical data, alchemical techniques, and even a cure for death. Could such knowledge have been buried with him? If so, his tomb might have been sealed, or its location erased from history to ensure it was never found. Others take this even further, suggesting Imhotep's burial was part of a hidden priestly tradition, accessible only to high initiates, a secret grave that might hold scrolls, relics, or even alien technologies. Of course, these ideas are speculative, but they echo the silence, the vast emptiness that surrounds his missing resting place. Theory 3. Imhotep was never buried. A radical theory suggests that Imhotep may never have had a tomb because he never died. While this sounds like pure mythology, it's worth considering the reverence that surrounded him for millennia. His cult flourished well into the Greco-Roman period. Healing temples were built in his name. Pilgrims left offerings, hoping to receive visions or cures in dreams. The Greeks believed he was deified, ascending to godhood. In this theory, Imhotep may have undergone a spiritual transformation or ritual disappearance, vanishing from the physical world, his body intentionally never found. This aligns with the concept of immortality through divine knowledge, a recurring theme in Egyptian religion. Could Imhotep represent more than a man, perhaps a symbol of eternal wisdom, hidden just out of reach? Whether his tomb lies buried, erased, or never existed, the story of Imhotep invites a deeper question. What knowledge did he possess? And what have we lost along with him? He designed the first pyramid. He practiced medicine long before Hippocrates. His name survived for thousands of years, despite being a commoner elevated to the highest echelons of power. Some modern authors have speculated that Imhotep may be the custodian of pre-dynastic knowledge, inherited from earlier, lost civilizations. This echoes claims about the Hermetic texts, which describe ancient wisdom passed down through secret lines of initiates, wisdom that included mathematics, astronomy, and the secrets of the stars. Could Imhotep have been part of this hidden lineage? And if so, could his tomb, or the absence of it, be a deliberate act of preservation? The mystery of the lost tomb of Imhotep is more than a missing grave. It is a riddle wrapped in silence, a man so famous, so deified, yet so absent in the archaeological record. We walk the halls of his creation. We decipher the text that reference his genius. We light candles in temples built for his worship, but we cannot find him. Perhaps his tomb lies buried beneath Saqqara, waiting for one final shaft to be uncovered. Perhaps it was erased, sealed to protect knowledge too powerful for the world. Or perhaps, just perhaps, he was never meant to be found. As we continue this journey through Egypt's deepest enigmas, Imhotep remains a silent guide, a reminder that even those who build monuments to eternity can disappear into myth. And so we ask once again, where's Imhotep? And more importantly, what secrets went with him? If the tomb of Imhotep raises questions about hidden knowledge and forgotten men, this next mystery challenges the very timeline of technology itself. Deep in the temple of Seti I at Abydos, one of Egypt's most sacred sites, a bizarre set of hieroglyphs has sparked debate for decades. These symbols, etched into stone over 3,000 years ago, appear to depict modern machines, including what looks like a helicopter, a submarine, and even fighter jets. Are these just illusions created by weathering and overlapping inscriptions, or do they hint at something far more mysterious? This is the enigma of the so-called helicopter hieroglyphs. The Temple of Seti I in Abydos isn't just any temple. It's a place of pilgrimage, a complex that houses one of the most complete king lists in ancient Egypt, a chronological record of pharaohs going back thousands of years. Seti I, father of the legendary Ramesses the Great, built a temple to honor Osiris, the god of the underworld, and to assert his divine connection to the line of kings. But in one corridor, above a lintel in the hypostyle hall, lies a cluster of hieroglyphs unlike any others in the entire temple. Photographs taken in the 1990s exploded across the internet and conspiracy forums alike. The reason? One of the hieroglyphic panels clearly resembles a helicopter. Beside it, what looks eerily similar to a tank. and another shape that resembles a futuristic aircraft, ancient Egypt, over 3,000 years ago. So the question is unavoidable. What are these symbols? And how could they depict technology that supposedly wouldn't exist until the 20th century? Let's examine the facts. The helicopter panel is located in the upper section of the temple. It's carved into stone, not painted, and sits among other hieroglyphs that are standard for the period. However, these particular symbols stand out because of their uncanny resemblance to modern machinery. The most famous of the carvings is the one dubbed the helicopter. It has a central body with a cockpit-like front, rotors extending above and behind, a tail fin structure. Right next to it, observers have pointed out shapes that resemble a submarine or missile, what looks like a tank with a turret, a jet aircraft with wings and exhaust. To the untrained eye, and even to seasoned Egyptologists, the resemblance is startling. Importantly, these carvings are not forgeries. They have been officially documented, photographed, and exist in physical reality within the temple. Anyone can visit Abydos and see them for themselves. So what's going on here? Are these examples of ancient high technology, misinterpreted symbology, or something even stranger? There are three main schools of thought when it comes to the helicopter hieroglyphs. Each one paints a different picture of Egypt's forgotten past. The explanation most accepted by Egyptologists is surprisingly mundane. According to scholars, the helicopter-like symbol is a result of an ancient inscription being recarved, a practice known as palimpsest. Essentially, Seti I's original hieroglyphs were later replaced by those of his son, Ramesses II, who repurposed much of his father's temple. This layering, over thousands of years of wear and erosion, caused the two sets of carvings to blend into one another, creating new and accidental shapes that just happen to resemble helicopters and tanks. They argue it's purely a case of pareidolia, the human tendency to see familiar objects in random shapes, like seeing animals in clouds. It's a convincing theory until you see the carvings yourself, because these aren't just vague resemblances. They're strikingly detailed. The helicopter, for instance, has a rotor shaft, blades, and a rear tail, all carved with precision. If it's simply an overlap, why does it look so intentional? Here's where things get speculative, but undeniably fascinating. Some independent researchers, fringe historians, and alternative theorists argue that the carvings are exactly what they appear to be, depictions of advanced flying machines and weaponry. They point to similar anomalies across the ancient world. The Vimanas of ancient Indian texts, described as flying chariots with engines powered by Mercury. The Nazca lines of Peru, only fully visible from the air. The legend of Atlantis, a lost civilization with extraordinary technology. Could ancient Egypt have inherited technological knowledge from a forgotten civilization? One that possessed advanced engineering, perhaps even flight? Proponents argue that these machines may have been reverse-engineered remnants from a previous epoch, symbolic representations of misunderstood flying objects, or even inspired by contact with a non-human intelligence. While mainstream academia remains skeptical, the carvings have never been fully explained to the satisfaction of all. After all, if this were truly just an accident of erosion, why do the shapes look so precise? This theory crosses into metaphysical territory. Some suggest that what we see in the carvings could be the result of a temporal echo, a bleed through of future knowledge into the past. Just as dreams or visions sometimes foreshadow events, could the priests and artists of Abydos have channeled symbols of distant ages? In Egyptian belief, time was not linear. The gods moved through cyclical time, where past, present, and future coexisted. Could a visionary, in trance or ritual, have glimpsed machines from another age and carved them without understanding? A symbolic memory of flying gods or sky ships, recorded in the only language they had? There's no physical proof for this, but the theory is less about mechanics and more about consciousness, the idea that knowledge travels in loops and that symbols can reach across time. The Temple of Seti I is no stranger to strange artifacts. Nearby, researchers found the famous Abydos king list a wall inscription listing 76 pharaohs, but mysteriously omitting certain names, including Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. Why, Seti I was known for religious orthodoxy, but could this be a clue that some rulers possess forbidden knowledge or diverge from mainstream teachings? Also near Abydos is Osirian, a megalithic underground structure built with stones so massive and precisely cut that many question whether it could have been constructed with Old Kingdom tools. Some even date it far earlier than Seti's time, a remnant of an earlier, technologically superior civilization. It's almost as if Abydos was a repository, a sacred space where pieces of hidden knowledge, lost rulers, and technological echoes converge. And the helicopter glyphs? Perhaps they're not an accident, but a message left in stone. Whether you believe the helicopter hieroglyphs are accidental overlays, deliberate depictions, or mysterious echoes, one thing is clear: they should not exist. Not in ancient Egypt, not in a temple built over 3,000 years ago, not among carvings that otherwise show gods, pharaohs, and animals. And yet there they are. Stone doesn't lie. It doesn't change overnight. What was carved there has remained for millennia, challenging us to look deeper, to question the limits of our understanding. Perhaps one day new discoveries, in Abydos or elsewhere, will settle the debate. Perhaps we'll find blueprints, inscriptions, or evidence that explains the symbols away as harmless overlaps. Or perhaps we're looking at a relic of lost knowledge, a whisper from an earlier cycle of humanity, a forgotten age when man may have already taken to skies. Either way, one thing is certain: the helicopter hieroglyphs remain among the most controversial inscriptions in all of ancient Egypt. And like so many mysteries carved into the stone of history, they offer no clear answers, only deeper questions. As we leave behind the stone-carved enigmas of Abydos, our path returns to the heart of Egypt's mythos, the Giza Plateau, a land of sand and secrets, where the pyramids rise like silent sentinels and the Sphinx stares endlessly into time. But what if beneath these ancient monuments lies something older, something sacred, something hidden? Beneath the feet of the great Sphinx and within the rock beneath the Giza Plateau, archaeologists discovered a vast shaft descending into utter darkness. What they found was astonishing: a chamber carved deep into bedrock, flooded with water, and at its center, a black sarcophagus untouched for millennia. Locals call it the Tomb of Osiris. Is it merely a symbolic tribute to a god, or could it be the actual resting place of Egypt's most legendary deity? This is mystery number 8, the Tomb of Osiris beneath the Giza Plateau. To understand why this mystery is so compelling, we must revisit one of the oldest and most powerful myths in human history. Osiris, the green-skinned god of resurrection in the afterlife, was said to have once ruled Egypt as a mortal king, betrayed by his brother Seti. Osiris was murdered, dismembered, and scattered across the land. His wife, Isis, gathered the pieces and resurrected him, long enough for Osiris to father Horus and become eternal ruler of the underworld. This tale, older than the pyramids themselves, shaped Egyptian religion, royal lineage, and even temple architecture. But what if it wasn't just myth? What if Osiris was a real person, a powerful ruler from forgotten epic, buried beneath Egypt's sacred plateau? That possibility became tantalizingly real in 1999, when a team led by Dr. Hawass and Egyptian authorities conducted excavations near the Sphinx and the Pyramid of Khafre. Their target, a shaft complex 100 feet deep, long ignored by modern archaeology. What they uncovered would send ripples through Egyptological circles and spark one of the great modern debates of ancient mysteries. The structure in question lies just southwest of the Great Sphinx, nestled into the bedrock below the Pyramid of Khafre, known to some as Tomb KV0. Though it's not part of the Valley of the Kings, it had been identified earlier by explorer Salim Hassan in the 1930s, but left largely unstudied due to dangerous flooding and lack of access. That changed in the late 1990s. Dr. Hawass, Egypt's then head of antiquities, oversaw the re-excavation. His team pumped out groundwater and lowered cameras into the chamber. What they found stunned observers: a deep shaft descending through multiple levels, roughly 30 meters, about 100 feet down, a vast stone-cut chamber, half submerged in water, carefully carved with geometric precision. At the center of this chamber, a large black basalt sarcophagus, sitting isolated like a throne in the middle of a sacred pool. This was not a random burial pit. It was a designed space, unlike anything else in known pharaonic tombs. There were pillars, causeways, and signs of ceremonial purpose, but no inscriptions naming a pharaoh, no cartouches, no funerary texts, only silence. Hawass himself called it the symbolic tomb of Osiris. But that raises a troubling question. Symbolic to whom? And for what purpose was such a grand subterranean space constructed and hidden? Three main theories attempt to explain the origin and purpose of this tomb. Each one presents compelling arguments and leads to dramatically different conclusions. Dr. Hawass and most mainstream archaeologists interpret the site as a ritual tomb created to honor the god Osiris during the 26th dynasty, around 600 BCE. They suggest that it was never intended as an actual burial site, but rather a symbolic chamber used for mysteries of Osiris, religious ceremonies performed annually to reenact the god's death and resurrection. The presence of a sarcophagus in water aligns with Osirian symbolism. Death, rebirth, the primordial waters of none. In this view, the chamber's depth and isolation enhanced its sacred aura, and the lack of inscriptions was deliberate, a sign of timelessness, of the divine rather than the mortal. But critics point out that no other Osirian cult tomb is as elaborate or deep, and its location, directly beneath one of Egypt's oldest and most enigmatic areas, feels too significant to be mere symbolism. Some alternative scholars argue that the chamber represents the actual burial of a forgotten ruler, perhaps a king whose memory was erased, or whose identity predated dynastic Egypt altogether. This aligns with the concept of Zep Tepi, the first time in Egyptian mythology, a mythical golden age when the gods ruled on earth. In this telling, Osiris may have been a historical king, later deified and mythologized. Proponents suggest that the chamber, with its Cyclopean architecture and water ceiling, is an ultra-ancient tomb, a kind of art to preserve knowledge from a pre-cataclysmic world. The sarcophagus, massive and unmarked, could be the final resting place of such a ruler, or perhaps an empty vessel meant to be discovered much later, when humanity was ready. Is it coincidence that the shaft lies near the Sphinx, itself a monument of uncertain age and origin? Or are these monuments part of a larger subterranean complex, yet undiscovered? This theory pushes into the realm of the extraordinary. Inspired by Egyptian cosmology, some esoteric thinkers believe the chamber isn't a tomb at all, but a device, a stargate of sorts, designed to connect the physical world to Duat, the Egyptian underworld, or other dimensions. In this view, the water isn't symbolic, it's functional, a medium for spiritual or even interdimensional transition. Ancient Egyptian texts speak of intermediate realms, where the soul must pass through trials, guided by Osiris. Could this chamber have served as an actual portal for initiates, high priests, or pharaohs undergoing rituals of transformation? There is admittedly no hard science to support this, but it's worth noting that no body was ever found. No offerings, no artifacts, only a sarcophagus in water, sealed in darkness. Was it a tomb, a monument, or something stranger? The tomb of Osiris is not alone. Beneath the sands of Egypt lies a network of subterranean architecture that is only now being explored. Beneath Saqqara, the Serapeum houses massive granite sarcophagi, precision cut unexplained. At Hojra, ancient texts describe a labyrinth with thousands of rooms, lost time. And beneath Giza itself, ancient texts in 19th century explorers hinted at hidden chambers, sealed tunnels, even a hall of records beneath the Sphinx. While mainstream Egyptology remains cautious, the growing evidence suggests that what lies beneath may be just as important as what stands above. And if the tomb of Osiris is indeed part of a larger network, then we may be on the verge of rewriting everything we know about ancient Egypt. Who or what lies in the chamber beneath Giza? Is it truly the symbolic tomb of a god, carved by devout priests seeking divine contact? Or is it something far older, a relic of forgotten civilization, a sealed memory from before the sands covered the Nile? The sarcophagus remains untouched, the water undisturbed. No treasures, no mummies, only mystery. Osiris, the god of the dead, was said to reign from beneath the earth, awaiting the day he would rise again to judge the souls of men. Whether you believe in myth, history, or something between, the chamber beneath Giza remains a silent testimony to ancient reverence or ancient knowledge. And as we move deeper into the sands of mystery, we're forced to ask, how many more gods lie buried below, not in legend, but in stone? Long before Da Vinci dreamed of flying machines, before the Wright brothers took to the skies, there was a tomb in Egypt, a tomb in Saqqara, the necropolis of Memphis, home of pyramids and mysteries. There, in 1898, a team of archaeologists stumbled upon a small wooden object, just over 7 inches long, with wings curved like a modern glider, and a tail that seemed out of place in ancient art. They called it the Saqqara bird. To the casual eye, it might seem like a toy, a whimsical carving of a bird buried with its owner. But to others, it was something far more radical, an ancient model of flight. Could it be possible that the ancient Egyptians, thousands of years before modern aeronautics, understood the science of gliding? Was this bird a symbol, a child's plaything, or the blueprint for forgotten technology? Let's dive into mystery number 9, the Saqqara bird, an ancient glider or mere toy. To understand the mystery of the Saqqara bird, we must first look closely at the object itself, not as a symbol, not as a myth, but as a tangible artifact, an object crafted by human hands more than 2,000 years ago. The wooden figure measures approximately 14 centimeters long with a wingspan of about 18 centimeters. It's carved from sycamore, a wood known for its lightness and strength. Ideal, curiously, for flight-related applications. Its form is smooth and symmetrical, with wings that are straight and horizontal, unlike the curved wings seen in most depictions of birds in ancient Egyptian art. The tail stands vertically, perpendicular to the wings, more like a modern aircraft rudder than a natural bird's tail. One of the most puzzling features? There is no detail on the bird's feet or legs. In Egyptian carvings and sculptures, even children's toys, feet were typically depicted clearly. But here, it's as if the artisan deliberately left them out or never intended for them to be there at all. On the base of the artifact, there's a small hole, leading some to speculate it might have been mounted, perhaps on a stick or pedestal, or even used as a weather vane or ceremonial ornament. Still, others argue the hole could function as a launching socket for gliding. The official dating of the tomb in which it was found places the artifact in the Ptolemaic period of Egypt's history, roughly around 200 BC, a time of cultural blending between Greek and Egyptian traditions. It's an era known for intellectual experimentation, especially in Alexandria, where scholars like Archimedes and Hero of Alexandria conducted advanced work in physics, engineering, and pneumatics. But the most provocative evidence didn't come from its historical context. It came from its performance. In the 1970s and 1990s, multiple researchers began testing replicas of the Saqqara bird. Some experiments were casual, others more controlled and scientific. Aerodynamicists and aviation enthusiasts took notice. One researcher, Martin Gregory, a professional aeronautical engineer and model glider designer, tested a replica and concluded that the original design was unstable in flight. He argued that, while it had wing-like features, it lacked stabilizers or the necessary lift-to-drag ratio to achieve sustainable gliding. In his view, it was a symbolic or artistic object, not a flying machine. But others weren't so sure. In 2002, aerospace engineer Simon Sanderson constructed a scale replica and tested it in a wind tunnel. With only minor modifications, such as correcting a missing stabilizer piece believed to have been broken or lost over time, his replica achieved measurable lift. According to Sanderson, the Saqqara bird is, without a doubt, an example of ancient aeronautical design. It could glide, He theorized that if the tailplane were horizontal rather than vertical, possibly lost or incorrectly reassembled, the craft could behave remarkably like a modern glider. Other tests using modern software, including CAD simulations, demonstrated that the bird could, under certain launch conditions, achieve stable flight over short distances. Of course, these results are not conclusive. Critics argue that any object with wings can be made to fly under the right conditions. Even paper airplanes, which no one would mistake for signs of ancient technology. But the curiosity doesn't end there. Historical evidence adds further intrigue. Some Egyptologists point to the symbolism of flight in Egyptian religious texts. The Ba, a part of the soul in ancient Egyptian belief, was often represented as a bird, capable of leaving the tomb and traveling to the heavens. Flight was intimately tied to the spiritual world, especially resurrection and ascension. Could the bird have been a symbolic representation of that belief? Or was it something more functional? In the tombs of Saqqara and other necropolises, archaeologists have uncovered models of boats, tools, and chariots, often included in burials to represent technology important to the deceased in life or to aid them in the afterlife. Was the Saqqara bird included for a similar reason, to symbolically grant the soul flight? And then there's an even more tantalizing theory, the idea that the Saqqara bird was not merely symbolic or spiritual, but a scale prototype of something bigger. Could ancient engineers have been experimenting with gliders? As radical as that sounds, it's worth noting that other ancient cultures, like those of South America, also produced artifacts resembling aircraft. The Quimbaya artifact of Colombia, for example, include gold figurines with delta wing designs strikingly similar to modern jets. Some were tested by engineers and also shown to achieve lift under the right conditions. Could these objects, including the Saqqara bird, represent a global, ancient fascination with flight? Could they be evidence of forgotten technologies? Or at least attempts, early experimental attempts, to understand the mechanics of air movement? So we return to the artifact. A bird, but not quite a bird. A model, but not quite a toy. And a form that seems to have been carved with aerodynamic logic in mind. The question isn't just what it is, it's why someone made it, and what they hoped it would do. What was the Saqqara bird? A symbolic representation of the soul's journey in the afterlife? A child's toy left in a tomb? A ceremonial ornament? Or, as some argue, a scale model of ancient Egyptian aviation? The question invites multiple layers of interpretation. Let's examine the most compelling hypotheses, ranging from the orthodox to the radical. Hypothesis 1. A ritual or symbolic object. The most widely accepted theory among Egyptologists is that the Saqqara bird was symbolic, either religious or ceremonial in nature. In ancient Egypt, birds were profoundly spiritual creatures. The Ba, a crucial part of the soul, was often depicted as a bird with a human head. It was believed to fly between the world of the living and the world of the dead, particularly during the transition after death. In this context, placing a bird-shaped object in a tomb could represent a vehicle for the soul's journey into the afterlife. Supporting this view is the fact that the Saqqara necropolis contains thousands of similar items, amulets, figurines, and other symbolic models meant to aid or represent spiritual concepts. But this theory leaves several features unexplained. The aerodynamic shape, the symmetry, the deliberate proportions. Why would symbolic bird need to fly? Or even look like it could? If the symbolism alone was a goal, wouldn't a more traditionally styled bird have sufficed? And why omit the feet, a feature even children's toys and amulets often included? This leads us to a second interpretation. Hypothesis 2, a toy or decorative object. Some researchers suggest the Saqqara bird was simply a toy, perhaps for a child of status, or even an offering to the gods of the sky. Ancient Egypt had numerous wooden toys, wheels, dolls, and pull-along animals. In this reading, the bird is just another item in a long tradition of funerary goods. Perhaps it was tossed into the tomb without much significance. Perhaps a child once threw it and laughed as it glided a few feet, just as we do today with paper planes. But again, this explanation feels incomplete. Why such careful construction? Why such an emphasis on wing symmetry and rudder-like tail alignment? Why use lightweight sycamore wood if flight wasn't a factor? Even the toy hypothesis can't quite explain the aerodynamic thought embedded in the design. That brings us to the most controversial and most fascinating possibility. Hypothesis 3, an ancient attempt at aviation. Dr. Khalil Mesa, the first to seriously promote this theory in the 1960s, believed that the Saqqara bird was more than a symbolic relic. He argued that it was a scale model of a functional glider. He even proposed that the missing horizontal stabilizer, the element that would correct the instability in modern flight simulations, may have once been attached to the tail via the small hole at its base. Without it, the craft might have been incomplete, like a paper plane without a folded nose. Could ancient Egyptians have had some understanding of flight mechanics? To answer this, we must consider their culture. Egypt was not a society afraid of innovation. They engineered pyramids with precision that still baffles modern architects. They aligned structures with astronomical accuracy. They used surgical tools, advanced irrigation systems, and produced detailed maps of the Nile's flooding cycle. It's not unreasonable to think they may have at least observed natural flight closely, birds, gliders, falling leaves. And through imitation and experimentation, they may have created basic gliding models. Mesa proposed that knowledge of flight might have existed as a closely guarded priestly secret, known only to high-level initiates or temple engineers. In such a model, flight might not have been used widely, but may have held sacred or symbolic purposes, perhaps even used in rituals to simulate divine ascension. Could larger versions of such models have existed? Could they have been launched from temple rooftops or cliffs? Could they have been used in ceremonies of the afterlife, where the soul symbolically flew to the gods? We may never know, but the absence of hard evidence, like launch platforms or written descriptions, keeps this theory in the fringe category. Still, even mainstream archaeologists admit one thing: the Saqqara bird is aerodynamically curious, and that curiosity doesn't end in Egypt. Global parallels and patterns. Strikingly similar artifacts appear in other ancient cultures, especially among the pre-Columbian societies of South America. The Quimbaya artifacts, a set of small gold figurines found in Colombia, resemble modern jet planes, with delta wings, vertical stabilizers, and even nose cones. Some researchers have argued they couldn't possibly be birds or insects. Engineers built scaled-up replicas of these designs in the late 1990s, and with the addition of engines, they flew. Of course, skeptics dismiss them as coincidental, arguing that natural symmetry often produces aerodynamic shapes, and that interpreting them through a modern lens distorts their original meaning. But the question remains: why do multiple ancient cultures seem to have created objects that appear to fly? Is it pure chance, or remnants of some forgotten experimentation? Isolated bursts of genius lost to time? Hypothesis 4, a misunderstood technology or forgotten science. A more modern hypothesis is that the Saqqara bird was part of early scientific experimentation, not necessarily evidence of man flight, but an attempt to understand principles of air movement. In ancient Alexandria, scholars like Hero of Alexandria invented steam-powered devices, automata, and even primitive turbines. The Greeks knew about levers, pulleys, pneumatics, and geometry. Egypt, particularly under Ptolemaic rule, was deeply connected to this intellectual ecosystem. Could the Saqqara bird represent an Egyptian artisan or scholar experimenting with lift, drag, and stability, perhaps even unknowingly? If so, it would not be the first example of ancient people stumbling onto scientific concepts long before they were formally understood. Each hypothesis offers a piece of the puzzle, but the full picture remains elusive. There are no records of ancient Egyptian flight, no blueprints for gliders or launch systems, no murals depicting airborne machines. And yet this bird, just 1,800 years older than the first confirmed glider by George Cayley, remains uncannily aerodynamic. The very ambiguity is what makes it fascinating. It lives in the margins, Too refined to dismiss, too mysterious to confirm. Could be that we are missing a larger body of evidence, tools, texts, prototypes that once existed and have since vanished beneath the sands of time. Could this small wooden model be the sole survivor of a much broader technological curiosity? Or are we projecting modern desires onto an ancient object, seeing flight where there was only faith or imagination? The Saqqara bird continues to glide silently through scholarly debates and public curiosity, suspended between the mythic and mechanical, the symbolic and the scientific. And so, the mystery remains. Just one more relic in the long list of ancient enigmas that science, for all its tools and reason, still can't fully explain. But perhaps it was never meant to be explained. Perhaps it was always meant to fly, not across the skies, but across the centuries, carried with a question we're still too grounded to answer. Deep beneath the rocky plateau of Giza, not far from the Great Pyramid itself, lies something almost no one talks about. It's not a tomb you can visit with a ticket. It doesn't appear on postcards. And it isn't mentioned in travel guides. It's a shaft, a dark, vertical tunnel carved deep into the limestone bedrock. At the bottom of this shaft, beneath two more subterranean levels, lies a chamber with a black basalt sarcophagus submerged in water and surrounded by what appears to be the remains of pillars, niches, and a structure unlike any found in typical tombs. Some believe this site, often referred to as the Tomb of Osiris, is not just another burial site, but a deliberate, sacred replica of the mythical underworld that do it. But why would such an elaborate underground structure be built so deep beneath the Giza Plateau? And more importantly, who was buried there? Was anyone? Is it truly a symbolic tribute to the god of the dead? Or does it hide something far more ancient and far more profound? Archaeologist Sahi Hawass, who excavated the site in the 1990s, described it as a symbolic tomb and claimed no human remains were ever found. But others argue that what was uncovered and not revealed only adds fuel to one of ancient Egypt's strangest enigmas. Could this be the oldest ritual complex on the Giza Plateau? A lost temple to a god older than the pyramids themselves? And if so, what knowledge might have been buried along with it? In 1997, world-renowned Egyptologist Dr. Hawass announced the excavation of a previously inaccessible shaft on the Giza Plateau, located west of the Great Pyramid, beneath a feature known as the Causeway of Khafre. This shaft, referred by the excavation team as Shaft K93.11, descends more than 100 feet into the limestone bedrock, revealing 3 progressively deeper levels. What they found at the bottom astonished even the most seasoned archaeologists. The lowest chamber, carved deep into the earth, featured a central stone sarcophagus surrounded by water, housed within what appeared to be a pit-like basin. Around the edges were 7 niches cut into walls, several of which seemed to have held statues or offerings. Ancient stone pillars stood partially eroded by water, suggesting the chamber had been submerged for centuries. But what stood out most was the black basalt sarcophagus at the center. It was massive, heavy, sealed, and empty. There were no mummies, no clear inscriptions, and no funerary items traditionally found in royal tombs. And yet, the layout eerily mirrored ancient texts describing the underworld of Osiris, the Egyptian god of death and resurrection. Ancient funerary texts, such as the Book of the Dead and the Pyramid texts, describe the Duat as a subterranean realm of water, gates, guardians, and challenges, a place the deceased pharaoh must pass to join the gods. In some interpretations, Osiris himself is said to reside in a watery chamber deep beneath the earth. The symbolic parallels are striking: a shaft descending into darkness, a chamber surrounded by water, a central coffin, niches that may have housed divine statues, no sign of burial, as if it were not for a person but a god. Curiously, this chamber is located near an area once referred to in ancient texts as the House of Osiris. Could this be the physical counterpart to a mythic realm? Satellite scans and ground-penetrating radar conducted in the area prior to the excavation had revealed unusual voids and anomalies beneath the Giza Plateau. fueling speculation that more hidden structures lie below. Dr. Hawassa's team confirmed the chamber's authenticity and concluded that the structure was ceremonial in nature, possibly constructed during the 26th dynasty, around 600 BCE. But critics argue that some of the chamber's architectural elements appear far older, perhaps even Old Kingdom or pre-dynastic in style. Even more controversial are the rumors that access to the shaft is now strictly restricted, and that video footage of the discovery has never been fully released. Was something found that wasn't meant for public eyes? Or is the truth simply too ambiguous for mainstream archaeology to engage? What's undeniable is this. There's a massive, intentionally carved subterranean chamber under the Giza Plateau, and its structure bears an uncanny resemblance to mythological realm of the dead. And yet no inscriptions, no names, and no official records tell us exactly what it is, or who built it. The mystery deepens. The Tomb of Osiris, if we can even call it that, presents a rare and unsettling challenge. Everything about its structure, its depth, and its symbolic alignment suggests deep religious intent, and yet nothing inside confirms the identity or purpose of the site with certainty. This has led scholars, alternative historians, and archaeologists alike to develop a wide range of competing hypotheses, each trying to explain what the subterranean anomaly really is. Let's begin with the mainstream perspective. Mainstream archaeological view, a late-period ceremonial complex. Egyptologist Hawassa, who oversaw the excavation in the late 1990s, concluded that the underground chamber dates to the 26th dynasty, also known as the Sate period, around 600 BCE. During this time, Egyptian society experienced a cultural renaissance, including a revival of Old Kingdom religious practices and burial traditions. According to Hawassa, the shaft complex was likely constructed as a symbolic tomb dedicated to Osiris, not intended for an actual burial. The architecture may have been an attempt to recreate the Duat, the mythic realm of the dead, for ceremonial or ritual purposes. The water surrounding the central sarcophagus might have symbolized the primordial waters of Nun, from which all life and gods emerged, a frequent motif in Egyptian creation and death mythology. In this view, the chamber wasn't hiding secrets. It was expressing faith through architecture. But critics point to major issues. First, there is no definitive dating evidence from the lowest chamber. Pottery and artifacts from the upper levels may date to the 26th dynasty, but the deeper structure may be much older, especially considering its extreme depth, rock cut precision, and erosion patterns. And then there's the question no one can answer. Why go to such immense effort to build something so elaborate, so far underground, only to leave it undocumented and used and anonymous? That's where the alternative theories step in. Alternative theory number 1. A lost initiation chamber of the mystery schools. Some researchers believe this chamber was used not for burial, but for initiation. According to this view, ancient Egyptian priesthoods, especially those connected with Osiris and Thoth, maintained mystery schools, spiritual institutions where initiates underwent symbolic death and rebirth rituals. These rites were deeply secretive and designed to elevate consciousness. Proponents of this theory point to the chamber's multi-level descent, echoing the levels of the underworld. The central sarcophagus, not as a coffin, but as a chamber for spiritual transformation. The presence of water, long associated with rebirth, purification, and passage between worlds. The initiate in this theory would ascend into the earth, be symbolically killed, submerged, or enclosed in the sarcophagus, and then rise again, resurrected in the Osirian sense. In this view, the Tomb of Osiris was not built for a body, but for the soul. There's even some support from ancient texts. The Book of the Dead often describes a journey through the underworld as one of challenge, judgment, and rebirth, precisely what initiation rituals were said to simulate. Still, there is no direct evidence that such a ritual was practiced here, only symbolic parallels. Alternative theory number 2, a pre-dynastic structure repurposed in later times. Another hypothesis suggests that the chamber may predate dynastic Egypt entirely. Some fringe theorists, and even a few independent archaeologists, propose that the structure may have originated thousands of years earlier, perhaps as far back as 10,000 BCE, and was only rediscovered or reused during the Sate period. They argue that the primitive tools available in 600 BCE make the excavation of such a deep and precise chamber extremely unlikely. The vertical shaft, multiple subterranean levels, and water management would have required engineering and labor beyond what is commonly attributed to that era. In this view, the 26th dynasty artifacts found in upper levels merely indicate later reuse, not original construction. Supporters point to erosion patterns on the walls and stone pillars, claiming they appear much older, possibly even pre-flood. While these claims remain controversial, they mirror similar debates surrounding the Sphinx, whose weathering has also been attributed by some geologists to rainfall from a wetter climate over 10,000 years ago. If this were true, and it remains speculation, the tomb of Osiris may be a remnant of a lost civilization whose religious or technological purposes remain completely unknown. It's a tantalizing idea, but one that lacks hard evidence. Alternative theory number 3, a secret burial of a forgotten figure. Still others propose that the chamber was a burial, just not for Osiris. Instead, it may have been a secret royal tomb, possibly a pharaoh erased from history or a high priest of exceptional importance. Some scholars point to the absence of inscriptions as a clue. In ancient Egypt, pharaohs were known to erase their predecessors from monuments, an act known as damnatio memoriae. Could this have happened here? Or perhaps the tomb was so sacred, so secret, that nothing was written at all. There is even a theory that the sarcophagus may have once held a deity statue or even preserved relic, long since removed in antiquity. If so, it could explain why the chamber was sealed and left untouched, yet not filled with grave goods. But again, we have no bones, no names, no funerary texts, only a design so peculiar, so precise, and so deeply connected to religious themes that it refuses to be ignored. So what was it? Each hypothesis, from ceremonial symbolism to forgotten history, spiritual initiation to lost civilizations, attempts to solve a puzzle using the same few fragments. Yet none can fully account for the chamber's depth, secrecy, symbolism, and silence. Was it a sacred site of the dead? A machine of spiritual transformation? A forgotten memory from before the pharaohs? The truth may lie beneath our feet, literally. The Giza Plateau, riddled with cavities and tunnels still unexplored, may yet yield more answers or more questions. Until then, the tomb of Osiris remains exactly what it appears to be, a hidden world carved in darkness, designed for a purpose we can no longer name. So what truly lies beneath the Giza Plateau? A symbolic replica of the underworld? A sacred space for initiations lost to time? Or something far older, a relic of a forgotten world erased by history? The tomb of Osiris, as it's now often called, raises far more questions than it answers. It is deep, deliberate, and disturbingly silent, untouched by typical royal markings, void of human remains, yet charged with spiritual architecture that mirrors Egypt's most profound mythologies. The descent through the shaft is not just physical, it's symbolic. Layer by layer, it pulls us deeper into ancient Egyptian cosmology, where the realms of the dead are not metaphor, but geography, where the god Osiris doesn't just reside in myth, but perhaps in stone. And still, we're left without final clarity. Why was it built? Who built it? And what once rested in that heavy black sarcophagus, now eerily empty? Perhaps the real power of the site lies not in what we know, but in what we don't. It reminds us that ancient Egypt wasn't simply a civilization of temples and tombs. It was a civilization of mystery, of sacred knowledge and secret rituals, of gods that walked the earth, or so their stories claimed. And as we push deeper into the sand and further into the dark, we are faced with a reality science can't yet dismiss, that even the most studied place on earth still hides chambers we were never meant to find. One mystery ends, and another begins, and just beyond the shaft of Osiris lies the next puzzle waiting in silence. The Great Pyramid of Giza, one of the most studied and scrutinized monuments in human history, continues to defy complete understanding. Towering over the desert with unmatched precision and grandeur, it has stood for over 4,500 years, and yet, even today, it hides secrets no one has ever seen. We know of its majestic King's Chamber and the more modest Queen's Chamber. We've mapped the Grand Gallery and measured the descending passage to the subterranean chamber below. We've scanned, drilled, and crawled through every inch of this megalith. And yet in 2017, an announcement stunned the world. Using a non-invasive technique called muon tomography, a method that detects cosmic particles passing through stone, scientists detected something entirely unexpected, a massive, previously unknown void, more than 100 feet long, hidden deep in the core of the pyramid. No entrances, no passages, just a massive, empty space buried above the Grand Gallery, where nothing should exist. They called it the Big Void. But the name hides a much bigger question. What is it, and why was it concealed for over 4 millennia? Some believe it may be another grand chamber, left unfinished or deliberately sealed. Others suggest it could hold crucial secrets, even a hidden cache of sacred texts or relics of unimaginable historical importance. And yet, to this day, no one has seen inside it. No one knows how to reach it. And no one can explain why the most monumental structure of the ancient world would include such an enormous room and keep it so well hidden. But the mystery doesn't end there. This newly discovered void might be just one of many hidden spaces still locked within the limestone heart of the Great Pyramid. Are these remnants of an original design or signs of a lost technology? Next, we explore the evidence. To uncover a mystery inside the Great Pyramid, without ever laying a hand on it, sounds like science fiction. But in 2017, science caught up with imagination. The announcement came from the Scan Pyramid's mission, an international collaboration involving the University of Cairo and the HIP Institute in France. Their tool of choice? Muon radiography, a technique that uses naturally occurring cosmic particles called muons to penetrate stone, revealing anomalies in density much like an X-ray reveals bone through flesh when directed toward the Great Pyramid. The data shocked even the scientists. Above the Grand Gallery, a massive 47-meter-long Corbel corridor that rises through the center of the pyramid. The muon scans revealed something no archaeologist had ever mapped or theorized. A void roughly the same size as the Grand Gallery itself, stretching at least 30 meters, 98 feet, in length and several meters in height. It was dubbed the Big Void. But this wasn't just a crack or minor cavity. The readings showed a space large enough to house a high-speed train car, sealed within millions of tons of limestone. It had no known access point, no known purpose, and wasn't mentioned in any ancient text. This wasn't discovery from excavation or intuition. It was pure physics, confirmed independently by 3 separate muon detection techniques: nuclear emulsion films, scintillator hodoscopes, and gas detectors. The results aligned. The void was real, and yet it wasn't the only anomaly. Earlier scans had already uncovered a small, mysterious cavity behind the northern face of the pyramid, near the so-called chevron blocks. These stone structures, heavy V-shaped blocks above a descending shaft, had long puzzled Egyptologists, but now they were found to be covering a hidden corridor. Subsequent robotic probes confirmed this. A narrow tunnel, almost perfectly hidden, was found to lead to a chamber approximately 9 meters long and over 2 meters wide, just behind the face of the pyramid. Strangely, no one knows what lies inside that corridor either. No one knows why it was built or why it was hidden so meticulously. This is not simply an issue of incomplete construction. These voids are intentionally concealed, deeply embedded within the architecture, and seemingly aligned with key features of the pyramid's interior layout. Even more curiously, ancient Arab texts from the Middle Ages, long dismissed by mainstream scholars, mention hidden rooms and treasure chambers under the stars within the pyramid. While once considered myth, these claims now seem less absurd in light of the physical data. And then there's the architecture itself. The Great Pyramid's internal structure is unlike any other in Egypt. No other pyramid includes a grand gallery, No other pyramid includes the intricate, relieving chambers above the king's chamber, and no other pyramid, to our current knowledge, hides cavities of this size and alignment. What's more, the precision of the pyramid's alignment, within 0.05 degrees of true north, and the uniformity of its blocks, many weighing several tons and stacked with a tolerance tighter than modern construction standards, suggest a level of intentional design far beyond what the conventional narrative attributes to Old Kingdom Egyptians. And now we must ask, if these voids were simply structural, why were they kept secret? Why weren't they documented or repeated in later pyramid designs? Why, after 4,500 years of tomb exploration, have we only just detected them? And most importantly, if this is what we found with non-invasive scans, what else lies hidden inside the pyramid, just beyond our reach? Next, we explore the theories, from conventional to the fringe, as we enter the hypothesis phase of this enigma. If science confirms the existence of a hidden chamber inside the Great Pyramid, then what could it be? As with most Egyptian enigmas, the answer depends on who you ask. Let's begin with the mainstream archaeological view. Many Egyptologists suggest the big void could be a relieving chamber, a structural cavity intended to reduce the weight burden above the Grand Gallery. Similar voids exist above the King's Chamber, where 5 granite slabs were stacked in tiers to distribute pressure. Could the newly discovered space be a larger version of the same architectural strategy? The problem? Its sheer size and location. The Grand Gallery already lies beneath a complex core-belled ceiling, a design meant to naturally distribute load. Building an enormous, 30-meter-long cavity directly above it doesn't align with the functional engineering known from ancient Egyptian construction. If it was a relieving chamber, why wasn't it mentioned in any architectural parallels? And why conceal it? Others believe the void could be an abandoned construction zone, a false start in the building process, later sealed off and unused. Yet this too raises questions. The ancient Egyptians were meticulous, rarely leaving such vast unfinished areas, especially in their most sacred monument. Would they carve out a perfectly shaped, symmetrical corridor and then simply forget it? This brings us to a more symbolic hypothesis, one tied to religious architecture. Ancient Egypt was deeply spiritual. The pyramid wasn't just a tomb, it was a cosmic engine, a resurrection device, meant to aid the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. Every chamber, shaft, and alignment had a purpose tied to stars, gods, and rebirth. The king's chamber aligns with Orion's belt. The shafts point to Sirius and other sacred stars. The entire layout is a three-dimensional cosmogram. Could the hidden void be a spiritual passage, never meant for the living? A metaphysical tunnel that completes the symbolic geometry of the pyramid, an element in a ritualistic system we no longer understand? Some fringe theorists believe the void may hold a lost hall of records, a legendary chamber mentioned in ancient texts, allegedly containing the secret knowledge of forgotten civilization. While mainstream Egyptologists dismiss this as myth, the coincidence of the void's existence, precisely where some clairvoyants and alternative historians predicted such a space, is striking. Edgar Cayce, the famed 20th century sleeping prophet, claimed the Great Pyramid contained hidden knowledge from Atlantis. He predicted a secret chamber would be discovered under or near the Sphinx and pyramid, holding scrolls from a lost epic. Although his statements lack scientific basis, the recent discoveries have unexpectedly aligned with some of his claims. Now, let's turn to the technological hypothesis. Some engineers argue the pyramid's design is far too advanced for its time. The stones used in the king's chamber, blocks of Aswan granite weighing up to 70 tons, were transported over 500 miles and placed with laser-like precision. The air shafts are aligned with celestial bodies. The internal temperature remains nearly constant, like a thermally regulated system. Could the hidden chamber be part of an unknown technological mechanism? This theory suggests the Great Pyramid was not a tomb, but a machine, possibly for energy generation, acoustic resonance, or even water filtration. In this view, the chamber may have housed a key component, now missing, that enabled the structure to function in a way we no longer comprehend. There's also a geometric hypothesis. Researchers have noted that the hidden chamber lies on the golden diagonal of the pyramid's internal structure. It mirrors the shape and orientation of the Grand Gallery, almost as if the two were meant to form a balanced pair. This symmetry may imply a dualistic function, one gallery for ceremonial ascent and another hidden space for secret rites or preservation. Then comes the hidden burial chamber theory. Some propose that Khufu's true burial chamber, if one exists, has never been found. The king's chamber may have been a decoy, while the real sarcophagus lies untouched in the hidden void. The lack of inscriptions or funerary artifacts in the king's chamber only deepens the suspicion. Interestingly, the granite sarcophagus found it was empty, no mummy, no treasures, no markings. Could the big void be where the real entombment took place? Out of reach, undisturbed for over 4,500 years? And finally, we confront a more esoteric hypothesis: the pyramid as a repository of encoded knowledge. This theory suggests that the pyramid was built not just to honor the dead, but to preserve information. Mathematical constants, such as pi and the golden ratio, appear embedded in the layout. The pyramid's dimensions reflect Earth's hemispherical curvature, and its astronomical alignments encode the precession of equinoxes. Could the void be a literal vault? A chamber constructed to hold not treasure but timeless data? Symbols, maps, or blueprints from a civilization long gone? Perhaps even pre-dynastic? All these theories share a common theme. The void is not an accident. It was designed, built, sealed, and left for someone or something to discover. The mystery deepens when you consider how little access we actually have. Egyptian authorities have yet to approve drilling or invasive exploration of the void. Some speculate it's due to preservation concerns. Others whisper of hidden agendas, fears that what lies inside may challenge conventional timelines or narratives. For now, all we have is data, muon scans, and cosmic silhouettes. No robot has entered. No camera has peered in. No human has laid eyes on the void itself. It remains one of the last untouched secrets of the Great Pyramid, suspended in stone, hovering between myth and mathematics. A void filled not just with empty space, but with possibilities. In our final section, we'll consider the implications and confront the questions that still echo inside the pyramid's ancient heart. The Great Pyramid has stood for over 4,500 years, silent, stoic, and seemingly unyielding. But now, with beams of cosmic radiation and the eyes of advanced particle detectors, we've begun to peel back its layers. What we found is not closure, but deeper uncertainty. The hidden void above the Grand Gallery is no longer just a possibility. It is a measurable, verifiable fact, a space larger than any modern explorer had imagined, and yet we still have no idea what it's for. Is it a structural chamber lost to time, a ceremonial passage meant for the soul of a king, or something more provocative, a sealed archive, a decoy tomb, or the missing key to an ancient machine? Science, for all its precision, gives us outlines. It shows us where the mystery begins, but not where it ends. Egyptian authorities have taken a cautious stance. For now, they have blocked further access, and perhaps rightly so. Drilling into one of the most sacred monuments of human civilization cannot be done lightly. But as we wait, the questions linger in the silence. What secrets could change if we open that space? What chapters of history might need rewriting? And what if we never do? Perhaps the Great Pyramid was always meant to guard its heart, to reveal only what we are ready to understand, one mystery at a time. For now, the void remains sealed, unseen, untouched, unexplained. But its presence reminds us that even in the age of quantum computing and space telescopes, there are still places on Earth where mystery thrives, where the ancient world whispers not answers, but invitations. Invitations to look deeper, to wonder more, to never stop asking, what else lies beneath the stone? She was beautiful, powerful, and one of the most enigmatic women in all of ancient Egypt. Her name, Nefertiti, means the beautiful one has come. And for a brief period in the 14th century BCE, She stood at the very heart of Egypt's most radical religious revolution. Wife to Pharaoh Akhenaten, Nefertiti ruled during a time when the traditional pantheon of Egyptian gods was cast aside in favor of one, the Aten, the sun disk. In depictions from the Amarna period, she appears alongside the pharaoh in positions of remarkable authority, leading rituals, smiting enemies, and even wearing a crown typically reserved for kings. And then she vanishes. No tomb, no mummy, no funerary inscriptions, no definitive record of her death. It's as if the queen who once stood shoulder to shoulder with a god-king was erased, not just from politics, but from existence itself. For over a century, scholars have searched for a final resting place. They've sifted through shattered monuments, deciphered cryptic hieroglyphs, and analyzed DNA from royal mummies, all in hopes of answering a simple but haunting question. What happened to Nefertiti? Some believe she died suddenly during her husband's reign, and her memory was wiped out in disgrace. Others argue she didn't die at all, but instead assumed a new identity and ruled Egypt in secret as a pharaoh. And a few believe her body may still lie hidden behind a sealed wall in the Valley of the Kings, just waiting to be found. Was she buried in glory, or was she deliberately forgotten? In this mystery, we'll peel back the layers of the Amarna period, a time of religious upheaval, political chaos, and personal ambition. We'll examine the evidence that both reveals and conceals her fate, explore the theories that have fascinated scholars for generations, and confront the lingering question: how does a queen who stood in the light of the sun disappear into the shadows of history? The mystery of Nefertiti's disappearance isn't rooted in myth. It's grounded in a glaring absence. For a queen of her stature, the silence in the historical record is deafening. At the height of her power, Nefertiti was everywhere. Carvings from the Amarna period show her in roles no other queen had dared to assume, striking enemies in battle, offering sacrifices to the Aten, and even wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. Her name appears alongside Akhenaten's in temples, boundary stele, and diplomatic correspondence. Some inscriptions even suggest she held the title Great Royal Wife and co-regent, and then she's gone. Around year 12 or 13 of Akhenaten's 17-year reign, her name disappears from official records. Her image vanishes from public monuments. It's not just that she dies, it's that her memory is wiped, her presence abruptly severed from history. One of the earliest clues to her fate lies in the Durbar reliefs at Amarna, which show the royal family, Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their 6 daughters, in domestic and religious scenes. Yet by the later years of reign, she is missing from all major artwork. No funerary temple, no sarcophagus, no preserved titles. It's as if she never existed. But was she erased, or did she evolve? A tantalizing piece of evidence emerges in the form of a mysterious co-regent who appears late in Akhenaten's reign, a ruler known as Nefertiti. This name, strikingly similar to Nefertiti's full name, Nefertiti, shows up in inscriptions carved into tomb walls and containers from Tutankhamun's treasury. Some inscriptions even name this co-regent using feminine grammatical forms, a possible hint that Nefertiti wasn't just a pharaoh, but a woman. Could Nefertiti have taken the throne in her own right? Then there's the issue of tombs, or more accurately, the lack of one. The royal tomb at Amarna contains the remains of a woman, possibly one of Akhenaten's daughters, but not Nefertiti. No inscription in the tomb identifies her by name. Egyptologists initially speculated she may have died around year 14 and was buried hastily during the decline of the Amarna regime. But no definitive evidence has surfaced. Then came the DNA studies, part of the larger King Tut project led by Hawass and other Egyptian authorities. Among the mummies examined was the younger lady, found in KV-35, a mummy missing much of its skull and chest. DNA tests revealed that she was a mother of Tutankhamun and a full sibling of Akhenaten. But curiously, she was not identified as Nefertiti. Nefertiti, historians believe, was not Akhenaten's full sister, suggesting the younger lady may be someone else entirely, perhaps Kia or an unknown royal sister wife. That leaves us with a shadow. No confirmed mummy, no named tomb, and yet her legacy continues to echo. In 2015, Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves proposed a bold theory. He claimed that hidden chambers behind Tutankhamun's tomb may house a lost burial of Nefertiti. Ground-penetrating radar scans seem to suggest the presence of anomalies, sealed doorways, voids, and architectural transitions that didn't align with the original tomb plan. Could Tutankhamun's tomb have once been part of Nefertiti's burial? The Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities allowed multiple scans, but results were inconclusive. Some suggested the anomalies were natural fissures, while others argued the data was manipulated or misinterpreted. Still, the theory lingers. A queen possibly entombed behind one of the most famous graves in Egypt. The trail of Nefertiti is not cold, but it is tangled, scattered across artifacts, fractured DNA, ambiguous hieroglyphs, and lost chambers. Her story resists resolution. The evidence exists in tantalizing fragments, but refuses to assemble into certainty. When the evidence refuses to offer a definitive answer, hypotheses fill the void. And when it comes to Nefertiti, a queen whose legacy burned brightly and then vanished, scholars, archaeologists, and fringe theorists alike have proposed some of the most captivating possibilities in Egyptology. The first and perhaps simplest hypothesis is that Nefertiti died unexpectedly during the latter part of Akhenaten's reign. Some researchers suggest that she may have succumbed to illness or an accident, a possibility made more believable by the plague epidemics that swept through Egypt and the broader Near East during this era. Under this theory, her death was mourned, but her burial was rushed and unceremonial, perhaps due to political instability or a lack of suitable tombs in Amarna. Her body may have been interred in the royal necropolis hastily, or perhaps later moved, only to be lost or destroyed when Amarna was abandoned after Akhenaten's death. But this hypothesis fails to explain the deliberate erasure of her name and image from official records. In ancient Egypt, even hated rulers received funerary rituals. Nefertiti's disappearance suggests something more than mere death. It suggests erasure, which brings us to the second and more complex possibility. Nefertiti did not die, she transformed. As Akhenaten's health declined, Egypt's radical monotheistic experiment under the Aten began to falter. The priesthood of Ammonius, long suppressed, was regaining its strength. Political pressures mounted. In this context, many Egyptologists propose that Nefertiti adopted a new role, that of Pharaoh Nefertiti. Supporting this theory are inscriptions bearing the throne name Enkhepuru Nefertiti, a combination of traditional pharaonic titulary with the same root as Nefertiti's own full name. What's more compelling is that some inscriptions show this co-regent using female grammatical forms, implying the figure was not just a man with a similar name, but a female ruler in her own right. This would not have been unprecedented. Hatshepsut ruled as pharaoh centuries earlier. But if Nefertiti had become Nefertiti, it suggests a woman stepping into full kingship at a time of massive religious and political tension. It's plausible that she ruled as a co-regent during the last years of Akhenaten's reign, and perhaps even after his death, before the young Tutankhamun, later Tutankhamun, took the throne. But what would that mean for her legacy? It's here the story takes a darker turn. There is compelling reason to believe that Nefertiti's memory was deliberately destroyed during the counter-reformation that followed the Amarna period. When Tutankhamun became pharaoh, likely under the guidance of powerful court advisors like Ai and Horemheb, he abandoned Akhenaten's heretical monotheism, restored the old gods, and returned the capital to Thebes. This religious reversal came with sweeping acts of historical sanitation. Names of Atenist rulers were chiseled out, temples to the sun disk were dismantled, and records of Akhenaten's regime, including Nefertiti's, were obscured or erased. If Nefertiti ruled under the name Nefertiti, she would have been part of this heretical line. She may have been seen not as a visionary, but as a threat, one that needed to be forgotten. But not all agree with this interpretation. Another hypothesis posits that Nefertiti did not become pharaoh herself, but rather faded into background, replaced by a new consort. perhaps a lesser wife like Kia or a powerful court official. Under this theory, Nefertiti's role diminished either due to political maneuvering or internal court rivalries. Yet this still doesn't explain why someone so prominent, so revered, would be erased so completely. Queens who fell from favor typically lived out their days in relative obscurity, but their tombs, names, or at least their funerary goods were preserved in some form. With Nefertiti, nothing remains, not even her sarcophagus. That brings us to one of the most intriguing modern proposals. Nefertiti may still lie hidden behind the walls of Tutankhamun's tomb. This theory, championed by Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves, is built on architectural and stylistic anomalies found within KV-62, the famously compact tomb of King Tut. Reeves argues that the layout suggests part of the tomb was originally intended for a woman, likely of royal status, and later hastily converted for Tutankhamun after sudden death. He points to decorative differences in the wall paintings, inconsistencies in plasterwork, and radar scans that allegedly show sealed doorways behind the northern and western walls. If true, these could lead to an intact burial chamber, one that predates Tutankhamun's interment. And if that chamber exists, Reeves believes it likely belongs to Nefertiti. The hypothesis is tantalizing: a hidden door, a sealed queen, and the possibility that the most famous tomb in Egypt still has one more secret to reveal. Yet despite multiple scans and waves of public interest, definitive proof remains elusive. The Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities has vacillated between support and skepticism. Some scans appear promising, others inconclusive. At one point, officials even declared the theory ruled out, only to later reverse course and reopen the discussion. To this day, the walls of Tutankhamun's tomb remain closed. No one has drilled, entered, or confirmed what, if anything, lies behind them. So what's the truth? Was Nefertiti quietly buried at Amarna and lost time? Did she rule as pharaoh and suffer damnation memoriae after a failed religious revolution? Or does her golden sarcophagus still lie sealed just inches behind one of the most examined walls in the Valley of the Kings? In the end, we're left with plausible theories and haunting silences. Each hypothesis opens a new possibility, but none deliver certainty. Nefertiti's disappearance is not a puzzle with missing pieces. It is a puzzle where we may be holding the pieces, but have no idea how they fit. And that's the enduring power of this mystery. For over 3,000 years, the sands of Egypt have hidden the truth about Queen Nefertiti. She was once the most powerful woman in the ancient world, a queen who stood beside a pharaoh, ruled during a religious revolution, and became a symbol of divine beauty and strength. Her image is unmistakable, her name once revered, and yet she vanished. Her tomb has never been found, her mummy never positively identified, her name chiseled out of history. It's as if the queen who once redefined an empire was deliberately erased from the script of time. We're left with shadows, fragmented statues, broken reliefs, incomplete inscriptions. And with every discovery, the question only deepens. Was she quietly buried and forgotten, or did she reign as pharaoh, only to be purged from history? Did she die in Amarna, in the twilight of her husband's reign? Or is she still there, just beyond the wall of the tomb we stared at for a century? Perhaps the most chilling question is not what happened to Nefertiti, but why her memory was so feared, so dangerous, that it had to be destroyed. In ancient Egypt, to be forgotten was the worst fate of all. And yet here we are, still searching, still asking, still remembering her name. Maybe in the end, that's what immortality really is. And as we leave this mystery behind, the echoes of her story lead us to another, one buried deeper still in Egypt's uncharted corridors. Because if a queen like Nefertiti can vanish without a trace, what else, or who else, might still be waiting in the dark, beneath the dry sands of Egypt, where temples rise against the desert sky and tombs echo with whispers of long-forgotten rulers? Another ancient enigma has confounded scientists and archaeologists alike. It's not a lost tomb or forgotten ruler, but rather a seemingly simple thing, a color. For thousands of years, The vibrant blue pigment known as Egyptian blue has captured the imagination of historians. It was a favorite color of the pharaohs, painted onto statues, murals, and temples, creating the stunning images we associate with ancient Egypt. But while the color has survived through millennia, its secret was long lost to time. This mysterious pigment was first used as early as the 4th dynasty, in the reign of Khufu, the very same pharaoh who oversaw the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. It was prized by the ancient Egyptians not only for its vivid hue, but for its durability. It didn't fade, it didn't crack, and it didn't wash away like other pigments of the time. For centuries, scholars and scientists were left to wonder, how did the Egyptians create this brilliant blue? Where did it come from, and why? Despite its widespread use, did its formula disappear after the fall of the Egyptian Empire? The answer, it seems, was lost until modern science, in all its forensic power, uncovered a shocking truth. Egyptian blue was not just a color. It was a chemical marvel, one that was centuries ahead of its time. But that only raises more questions. How did the ancient Egyptians know about these advanced techniques? And if they had access to such advanced knowledge, why was it lost? Could Egyptian blue be more than just a pigment? Could it have been tied to something far greater, something that connected the Egyptians not just to their gods, but to the mysteries of the cosmos itself? In this mystery, we'll delve into the secrets of one of Egypt's greatest color-based treasures, tracing its origins, its lost formula, and the stunning discovery of what it could tell us about the advanced science of the ancient Egyptians. To understand the mystery of Egyptian blue, we first need to trace its origins, not through ancient scrolls or royal decrees, but through the pigments themselves. What we know about Egyptian blue today has been discovered largely through archaeological digs and modern scientific techniques, allowing us to finally peer into the past of this mysterious color. The earliest evidence of Egyptian blue dates back to the 3rd dynasty, around 2600 BCE. This was the time when the first pyramids were constructed. It was also the time when this remarkable pigment began to appear on the walls of tombs and the statues of gods and kings. It became synonymous with Egyptian art and culture, a symbol of both the heavens and the divine, the formula of chemical marvel. Egyptian blue was unlike any pigment used by other ancient civilizations. For centuries, the process of its creation remained a mystery. Ancient texts didn't provide a clear recipe. In fact, the Egyptians themselves didn't leave us with a written guide on how to produce it. Instead, the knowledge was likely passed down from artist to artist, a closely guarded secret. What makes Egyptian blue so remarkable is its chemical composition. Through the painstaking work of modern archaeologists and scientists, we now know that the pigment was created by heating a mixture of copper, sand, lime, and alkalis to high temperatures. This reaction formed a unique compound called calcium copper silicate, which gave the pigment its rich, vibrant blue color. It wasn't just any blue. Egyptian blue had a luminescent quality, a trait that made it stand out even in the dim light of tombs and temples. In fact, recent studies suggest that Egyptian blue may have had properties that allowed it to reflect infrared light, making it visible in different ways than other pigments. It was a color that not only dazzled in sunlight, but could possibly have had mystical associations, shining even in the dark. But the mystery doesn't end there. Despite its widespread use across Egypt, no similar pigments from the same era have been found in other parts of the ancient world. The ancient Egyptians appear to have possessed a level of chemical knowledge far beyond what was known to other cultures at the time. The evidence for Egyptian blue is all around us, embedded in some of the most iconic symbols of Egypt's grandeur. The pigment was used extensively in the tombs of pharaohs and nobles, where it was painted on the walls to depict gods, the afterlife, and scenes from the Nile. It also found its place in sculptures and statuary, bringing life to the carved forms of deities and royalty. The most famous example of Egyptian blue can be found on the statues of Tutankhamun. The boy king's tomb, discovered in 1922 by Howard Carter, contained treasures that were decorated with vibrant blue pigment. His golden mask, which is perhaps the most recognizable symbol of Egypt, incorporates Egyptian blue to enhance the richness of his appearance. Artifacts discovered in the Valley of the Kings, such as painted ceramic pots, jewelry, and even the murals in the tombs of lesser-known pharaohs, also show traces of Egyptian blue. Its widespread use suggests that it was more than just a decorative choice. It was a color of power, a color associated with the gods themselves. One of the most notable discoveries was the Temple of Hathor at Dendera. The walls of this ancient temple, built during the reign of Ptolemy XII, are decorated with vivid blue and green pigments, believed to have been made from Egyptian blue. Interestingly, one of the temple's reliefs shows a light bulb-like shape, which has led some researchers to speculate that the blue pigment may have been used for mystical or ceremonial purposes beyond mere decoration. Was it just to create beauty, or was it part of a deeper, symbolic practice? Disappearance and rediscovery. Despite its central role in Egyptian culture, Egyptian blue disappeared from use around the time of the Roman Empire. By the end of the 3rd century CE, the knowledge of how to make the pigment was lost. Scholars were left baffled for centuries as they pondered how the Egyptians had created this color, and how such a sophisticated process could have vanished so completely. The pigment re-emerged in the 18th and 19th centuries when modern scientists started analyzing ancient artifacts. By the late 20th century, after painstaking research, scientists began to crack the code behind Egyptian blue. They discovered that the pigment's recipe was not only chemically advanced, but also far ahead of its time. The Egyptians had stumbled upon a way to create a pigment that was chemically stable and durable, a feat that other ancient civilizations did not achieve until much later. Recent studies have shown that the formula for Egyptian blue was similar to the techniques used in modern-day ceramics and glassmaking, a testament to the Egyptians' mastery of material science. Their ability to create a vibrant, long-lasting pigment that resisted fading for thousands of years demonstrates a level of technological sophistication that rivaled even the most advanced cultures in history. But while we now know how Egyptian blue was created, why it was created remains a mystery. The pigment's use in royal tombs and temples, its association with the divine, and its inexplicable properties suggest that Egyptian blue wasn't just a color. It was a symbol. It was believed to have divine properties, possibly representing the heavens, the gods, or even the soul itself. Some researchers have speculated that Egyptian blue may have been used in ritualistic ceremonies, where the color was believed to have a direct connection to the gods, perhaps in creating a bridge between the mortal world and the divine. Others believe that it could have had magical properties, as its unique chemical composition might have caused it to glow in the dark or reflect light in strange ways, giving it an ethereal quality. Even today, the mystery remains unsolved. What did the ancient Egyptians believe about this pigment? Did they consider it more than just a tool for decoration? Was it a key to understanding their view of the cosmos? The discovery of Egyptian blue and its advanced chemical nature has undoubtedly enriched our understanding of ancient Egyptian science and art. However, as we peer deeper into the mystery of its creation and use, we are reminded that sometimes the answers to history's most fascinating questions may not be as clear as we think. The mystery of Egyptian blue is one that continues to baffle scholars, even after thousands of years. Its creation, its disappearance, and its potential purposes have all led to many theories, some grounded in science, others in speculation, and still more that challenge our very understanding of ancient Egyptian culture. The chemical genius of Egyptian civilization. One of the most compelling hypotheses about Egyptian blue centers around the technological sophistication of ancient Egypt. As we've seen, the process of creating Egyptian blue required a combination of ingredients, including copper, sand, lime, and alkalis. This mixture needed to be carefully heated to high temperatures to create the vibrant pigment, a process that was seemingly far ahead of its time. Some researchers believe that the ancient Egyptians had a much deeper understanding of chemistry and material science than previously assumed. In fact, the creation of Egyptian blue could be seen as one of the earliest forms of synthetic chemistry. The use of copper, a metal that had been harnessed for thousands of years in Egypt, alongside other minerals to create a pigment that could survive for millennia, speaks volumes about their knowledge of natural resources and their ability to manipulate them in ways that were unique for the time. Could it be that Egyptian blue wasn't merely a decorative pigment, but was instead the product of a scientific breakthrough, perhaps in their quest for perfection and immortality? The ancient Egyptians created the pigment as a way of imbuing their art with the divine, reflecting both the celestial and the sacred. There are even hypotheses that suggest the scientific principles behind Egyptian blue were so advanced that they were passed down only to a select few, perhaps priests or royal artisans, and that these secrets were deliberately kept from the broader populace to maintain the privileged status of the elite. This theory is supported by the fact that the knowledge of how to create Egyptian blue was lost to time, vanishing with the fall of the Egyptian Empire, and never fully rediscovered until modern times, a symbol of the divine and the celestial. Another theory ties Egyptian blue directly to the spiritual and cosmic significance the ancient Egyptians attached to color. In Egyptian art and iconography, blue was closely associated with the gods and the sky. It was said to represent the heavens, eternity, and the river Nile itself, which was seen as a divine force that connected life on earth with the gods and the afterlife. Given this symbolism, it is possible that Egyptian blue was more than just a color. It could have had a ritualistic and religious significance, used not only for decoration, but for creating a direct connection between the living and the divine. Some suggest that the pigment may have been used in temple paintings, tomb art, and funerary objects to invoke the presence of the gods and ensure a safe passage to the afterlife. Perhaps Egyptian blue was seen as a conduit for spiritual power. Its vibrant hue, which stood out so dramatically against the muted earth tones of the desert, may have been thought to have magical properties that could protect the dead or bring blessings from the gods. After all, the Egyptians believed that color itself had the power to influence reality. Could it be that Egyptian blue was viewed not only as a beautiful pigment, but as a form of divine energy? The lost knowledge in its rediscovery. The sudden disappearance of Egyptian blue from the historical record raises an intriguing hypothesis about the nature of lost knowledge. It's widely believed that many ancient cultures, including the Egyptians, possessed secrets that were passed down through generations, yet never written down. With the fall of Egypt's ruling dynasties and the rise of foreign invaders, the Romans, the Greeks, and later the Islamic conquerors, it's possible that the knowledge of how to create Egyptian blue was lost to history. This loss of knowledge could have been intentional. It's well documented that after the reign of the Ptolemaic dynasty, there was a shift in Egyptian culture, including the decline of the traditional priesthoods that had been responsible for preserving sacred rituals and practices. As Egypt became part of the Greek and then Roman empires, the importance of Egyptian culture was diminished, and with it, the ancient techniques of pigment creation might have been abandoned. Some scholars also speculate that the secret of Egyptian blue may have been deliberately concealed or lost as part of the destruction of Egypt's ancient temples and tombs. The decline of the Egyptian belief system may have resulted in the loss of sacred arts, including the pigments used in religious ceremonies. If Egyptian blue had such profound mystical significance, its formula could have been hidden or destroyed to prevent future generations from harnessing its powers. The modern rediscovery of Egyptian blue has led some to wonder, was it truly forgotten, or did it lie dormant, waiting for scientists and chemists in the modern age to unravel the ancient mystery? Perhaps the pigment's rediscovery was no mere coincidence, but part of a greater scientific renaissance that echoes the idea that ancient civilizations in some ways understood more about materials and natural sciences than we do today. Technological and astronomical knowledge. As we delve deeper into the mystery, another theory emerges, one that connects the pigment's creation to astronomical knowledge. The Egyptians were known for their astrological expertise and their ability to align their temples and pyramids with the stars. In fact, the Great Pyramid of Giza itself was aligned with the stars of the Orion's belt, which were thought to represent the god Osiris. Could Egyptian blue have been tied to the celestial connection? Some theorists believe that the pigment was used in ways that connected the earth to the heavens, possibly used to represent the gods' cosmic power and to invoke their blessings in daily life. This hypothesis suggests that the Egyptians understood that colors and light could have an astronomical significance, using pigments like Egyptian blue not just as decoration, but as a symbolic tool in rituals designed to influence cosmic forces. This theory would explain why Egyptian blue was so closely associated with the divine. It was more than just an artistic choice. It was a tool to connect the material world to the supernatural, creating a bridge between the gods and the people. In this view, the pigment wasn't just a color. It was a powerful symbol of divine interaction. As we step back and survey the incredible history of Egyptian blue, it becomes clear that this ancient pigment represents far more than just an artistic achievement. It is a symbol of the extraordinary knowledge, creativity, and mystery of the ancient Egyptians. But even after millennia, its true origins and purpose remain elusive, wrapped in layers of intrigue. From the dazzling pigments that adorn the tombs of pharaohs to the enigmatic process by which it was created, Egyptian blue raises countless questions. How did the ancient Egyptians possess the technological sophistication to synthesize such a vibrant and durable pigment? Was it the result of forgotten scientific breakthrough, passed down through generations of artisans? Or was it the product of divine inspiration, a gift from the gods to imbue their art with celestial power? Perhaps, as we delve into the mysteries of Egyptian blue, we are reminded that the secrets of the ancient world often lie just beyond our grasp. For every discovery we make, another question emerges, leaving us in wonder at the depths of human ingenuity and the untold mysteries of the past. It is possible that we will never fully understand the significance of Egyptian blue in its entirety. We may never know why the ancient Egyptians chose this particular pigment, or why they meticulously created it using a method that appears centuries ahead of its time. However, what we do know is that Egyptian blue was far more than just a tool for decoration. It was a symbol of something greater, a connection between the earthly and the divine, a bridge between the human and the celestial. As we reflect on the legacy of this ancient pigment, we are reminded that there is still so much about the ancient world that remains hidden from our eyes. Perhaps the most profound mysteries are not those that we can solve, but those that continue to challenge our perceptions of what is possible, urging us to look deeper into the past for answers. The mystery of Egyptian blue is one that is yet to be fully solved. But as long as there are questions left unanswered, as long as we remain fascinated by the secrets of the past, the story of Egyptian blue will continue to captivate our imaginations, drawing us closer to a world that was both ancient and advanced, mysterious and beautiful. The story of the curse of the pharaohs has captivated the imagination of people for centuries. For many, the tale is a chilling reminder that meddling with the past, particularly the resting places of the ancient Egyptian kings, comes with a price. From the sudden and unexplained deaths of explorers to the decimation of entire expeditions, the curse has become legendary. But how much truth lies in these eerie tales? And what could have inspired such a potent belief in the supernatural forces protecting the pharaohs' tombs? What if the stories of cursed tombs, fatal misfortunes, and malevolent spirits aren't just the stuff of myth? Could it be possible that the curse was real, or perhaps something else was at play? Was the curse a symbol of the ancient Egyptians' fear of desecration? Or could it have been a deliberate part of the tomb's construction? The legend of the curse of the pharaohs was cemented in popular culture following the discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922. But even before that, rumors of death and misfortune surrounding the tombs of Egypt's rulers have been whispered throughout history. So, what exactly is the curse of the pharaohs? And more importantly, is there any scientific explanation behind the strange events and the eerie coincidences tied to the tombs of Egypt's most powerful rulers? Narrator pause, slight tone shift. Let's step into the heart of the mystery and begin to peel back the layers of this centuries-old enigma. The curse of the pharaohs became a widely discussed phenomenon after the discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb, but its roots trace back much further. The idea of a curse protecting royal tombs is deeply embedded in the ancient Egyptian tradition, where tombs were considered sacred spaces, and any disturbance had angered the gods or the spirits of the deceased. But is there any real evidence to support the idea that these tombs were cursed? Let's take a closer look at the events that have fueled this mystery and the evidence that surrounds it. In 1922, British archaeologist Howard Carter and his team made one of the most significant archaeological discoveries in history: the tomb of King Tutankhamun in the Valley of the Kings. The tomb, which had remained largely undisturbed for over 3,000 years, was a treasure trove of artifacts, providing an unprecedented look into the life of a pharaoh. However, almost immediately after the tomb's opening, a series of unfortunate and mysterious deaths began to occur, sparking widespread belief in the curse. The first and most famous victim of this curse was Lord Carnarvon, the British financier who funded Carter's excavation. Just months after the tomb's opening, Lord Carnarvon died suddenly from an infected mosquito bite. His death was particularly mysterious, as he passed away on April 5, 1923, just days after the tomb was unsealed, and his death occurred under unusual circumstances. The fact that he had been in perfect health before his illness only added to the eerie nature of the event. Following Carnarvon's death, rumors began to swirl about a deadly curse that had been unleashed by disturbing the tomb of the young pharaoh. According to some accounts, a message had been found within the tomb, warning anyone who entered. Death shall come on swift wings to those who disturb the peace of the pharaoh. But was Lord Carnarvon's death the beginning of a series of fatalities linked to the curse, or were these deaths merely coincidences? Let's examine some of the other mysterious events that followed the opening of the tomb. After Carnarvon's death, a number of other individuals involved in the discovery of the tomb met untimely or mysterious ends. Among them were several members of Carter's team, including Sir Bruce Ingram, a close associate of Carter, who was involved in the excavation. His home caught fire shortly after Lord Carnarvon's death, and although he himself survived, his wife was severely burned. Some saw this as another example of the curse in action. George Gould, a wealthy American who had also visited the tomb. He died suddenly in 1923, though it's unclear whether his death was from illness or something more mysterious. A. Sim R. Richardson, who had assisted Carter in the tomb's excavation, also died unexpectedly. His death occurred under strange circumstances, though it was attributed to natural causes. Many of these deaths occurred at a similar time, shortly after the tomb's opening, and they began to form a pattern that seemed to validate the curse. The media quickly seized on the story, sensationalizing these deaths and linking them to a supposed curse, further fueling the public's belief in its power. While the modern curse is mostly attributed to the events surrounding King Tutankhamun's tomb, there's evidence that the ancient Egyptians themselves believed in the power of curses and protective spells. Pharaohs and other leading individuals were buried with inscriptions, spells, and warnings meant to protect them in the afterlife and to keep tomb robbers and other grave desecrators away. In ancient Egypt, tombs were seen as sacred sanctuaries for the dead. The idea of curses was a natural extension of the belief that the dead had the power to punish those who violated their resting places. Numerous tombs, including those of kings and high-ranking officials, were inscribed with warnings or curses against anyone who would defile the tombs. One of the most famous examples is the curse found on the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I, which states that any thief who attempts to enter the tomb will be struck down by the gods and face an eternity of suffering. The ancient Egyptians believed that the spirit of the pharaoh remained in the tomb and could exact vengeance on anyone who disturbed their final resting place. This belief in the power of curses is not just limited to tombs. It extended to objects that were believed to hold the power of the dead. Many ancient Egyptian artifacts, particularly those from royal tombs, were inscribed with protective curses designed to prevent theft or tampering. The practice of using curses in tombs was not limited to the elite. Even common individuals believed that their spirits would be vulnerable to the desecration of their tombs, and they often included protective inscriptions in their burial rites. The media played a crucial role in spreading the legend of the curse of the pharaohs. After Lord Carnarvon's death, newspapers across the world sensationalized the story, feeding into the public's fascination with the supernatural and the unknown. The stories of unexplained deaths, combined with the dramatic discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb, created a perfect storm of intrigue and fear. The widespread media attention in the 1920s helped solidify the curse in popular culture. Over time, the legend evolved, with more and more figures associated with the tomb becoming victims of the curse. Books, movies, and documentaries further exaggerated the story, embedding the curse in the collective consciousness. modern explanations, the power of coincidence, or the cause of death. Today, many scholars and scientists believe that the supposed curse of the pharaohs could be explained by a combination of factors. Some argue that the deaths were simply coincidences. In the case of Lord Carnarvon, for example, it was discovered that his infection was likely caused by an infected mosquito bite, which was not unusual for travelers at the time. Similarly, other deaths attributed to the curse were either natural or circumstantial. Additionally, some researchers believe that the exposure to toxins in the tombs could have contributed to the deaths. Ancient Egyptian tombs, particularly those of royal figures, were often sealed tightly, and the chemicals used in the embalming process, such as mercury and arsenic, could have accumulated in the air within the tomb, potentially causing poisoning for those who entered. This theory might explain the unexplained illnesses and fatalities that followed the discovery of the tomb. Finally, it is important to consider the psychological factors at play. The belief in the curse was so ingrained in the minds of people involved in the excavation that it may have influenced their perception of the events, making them more likely to attribute misfortunes to the curse rather than to natural causes. The notion of the curse of the pharaohs has fascinated historians, archaeologists, and enthusiasts alike for generations. As we delve into the possible origins and explanations of this chilling legend, it's clear that there are a number of theories, each rooted in different aspects of the ancient Egyptian worldview, the environment surrounding the tombs, and the human psychology involved. So, what could be behind the curse? Was it merely superstition, or is there something deeper at play? Let's consider some possible hypotheses. The power of ancient Egyptian beliefs. One possible explanation stems from the ancient Egyptians' profound reverence for the afterlife. They believed that the dead were not truly gone. Their spirits, or Ka, continued to exist in the tomb, requiring protection and offerings from the living. Pharaohs, as living gods, were especially powerful. It was believed that disturbing their tombs would not only anger the gods, but could also cause the pharaoh's spirit to exact revenge on the transgressors. The tombs themselves were treated as sacred spaces. The idea of curses inscribed on the tombs was a natural extension of this belief. The curses were likely designed to act as a deterrent, warning those who dared to disturb the resting places of the pharaohs that they would face divine retribution. These warnings may have been more about protecting the tomb from theft than about mystical vengeance. But the pharaoh's spirit was still thought to play a powerful role in protecting the tomb, given that these tombs were considered houses of the deceased, and people who entered these spaces were believed to be directly confronting the spiritual realm. It's possible that the belief in these curses was embedded in the culture of those who interacted with the tombs. The idea of the curse could have been perceived as so real and powerful that it was psychologically ingrained in the minds of anyone involved with the tombs or the artifacts. Even without supernatural forces at play, the idea of a curse could have become a self-fulfilling prophecy. People may have truly believed that they were being punished by the gods. Coincidence and the power of suggestion. Another hypothesis is that the curse was simply a matter of coincidence. In any large group of individuals, especially in a high-risk environment like an archaeological dig, it is statistically likely that there will be some deaths or illnesses. The mere association of these events with the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb may have led to a tendency to link the two together. In the case of Lord Carnarvon, for example, he died from an infected mosquito bite, which was a relatively common cause of death in those days, particularly in Egypt, where malaria and other diseases were prevalent. However, because of the timing of his death, just months after the tomb's opening and the sensationalized media coverage, his death became forever intertwined with the idea of the curse. Similarly, other deaths attributed to the curse could have been due to natural causes, or, in some cases, even to the environmental conditions of the tombs. Ancient Egyptian tombs, particularly those of royalty, were often sealed tight for thousands of years. The chemicals used in the embalming process, such as arsenic and mercury, could have been released into the air when the tombs were disturbed. This toxic atmosphere could have led to illness, particularly for individuals who spent prolonged periods in the tombs or those who were vulnerable. It's possible that some of the people involved in the excavations suffered from poisoning due to exposure to these toxins, which was not uncommon in ancient tombs. The media also played a huge role in amplifying the curse's significance. When tragic events occur in rapid succession, the human mind tends to search for patterns. Journalists in the 1920s seized on this, building a narrative around the curse that only intensified the public's belief in it. The power of suggestion, particularly when paired with long-standing, culturally ingrained fear of the supernatural, could have turned ordinary events into something far more sinister in the eyes of the public. Psychological and cultural factors. The curse of expectation. Another possible explanation for the so-called curse is psychological. Many of the individuals who entered the tomb were keenly aware of the legend surrounding Tutankhamun's tomb. They knew about the warnings inscribed on the walls and the supposed curse that would befall any intruder. This expectation of misfortune could have had a powerful effect on their minds. A phenomenon known as a nocebo effect, where a person's belief in harm or illness can lead to physical symptoms or even death, could be at play here. When individuals believed they were doomed by a curse, their bodies might have reacted to that belief, manifesting illness or contributing to accidents and fatalities. Furthermore, the psychological strain of working on such a monumental project might have caused stress, depression, or other health issues that led to physical symptoms. The pressure of living up to expectations, combined with the aura of doom surrounding the tomb, could have contributed to a heightened sense of danger and anxiety among the diggers. The curse as a symbol of protection. A deliberate design? There's also the hypothesis that the curse was more than just a warning of potential tomb robbers. It may have been a deliberate design of the tomb itself. In ancient Egypt, tombs were not just places of burial, but sacred spaces that needed to be protected from desecration. The curse could have served as a symbolic reminder to keep the tomb intact, particularly when other, more tangible measures, such as sealed doors, booby traps, or the threats of death, failed to deter grave robbers. It's possible that the curse was an ancient form of psychological warfare, designed to strike fear into potential tomb robbers and remind them of the heavy consequences of disturbing the resting place of a king. The real danger, then, may not have been some supernatural force, but the very real dangers of entering a tomb filled with toxic chemicals, unstable structures, and other hazards. The curse, in this sense, would have acted as a final layer of defense, a psychological deterrent. So, was the curse of the pharaohs a real and deadly force guarding the tombs of ancient Egypt, or just a perfectly timed chain of misfortunes wrapped in myth? We may never know for sure. Despite countless investigations, scientific studies, and psychological evaluations, the mystery remains as murky as the sands that once buried Tutankhamun's tomb. Some researchers remain convinced it's all just coincidence, an illusion strengthened by superstition and media frenzy. Others are drawn to more complex explanations, environmental hazards, the nocebo effect, or even deliberate ancient psychological warfare. But then there are the stories. The sheer number of individuals who reportedly met strange or untimely ends after contact with the tombs. The eerie inscriptions warning of divine punishment. The whispered tales that continue to circulate in both scholarly halls and shadowy corners of pop culture. Even today, some locals in Egypt will hesitate before entering certain tombs, out of respect, or perhaps lingering fear. And maybe that's the real power of the curse, not in its ability to harm a body, but in its ability to haunt the mind. In a world that prides itself on rational thought and scientific method, the curse of the pharaohs continues to defy simple explanation. It lingers not just in the annals of archaeology, but in our imagination, an ancient echo reminding us that some mysteries aren't meant to be fully understood. Because whether it's superstition, science, or something else entirely, the desert still keeps its secrets. And we're only beginning to uncover what lies beneath. Imagine a place where all the world's knowledge, science, history, philosophy, and mysteries beyond imagination was gathered in one colossal archive. A place where the greatest minds of the ancient world once walked among scrolls holding secrets of medicine, astronomy, mechanics, and the soul. This place wasn't fantasy. It was real, and it was called the Library of Alexandria. Founded in the 3rd century BCE in the Egyptian city of Alexandria, this ancient institution was more than just a library. It was a beacon of human intellect, Its mission was as bold as it was ambitious: to collect every piece of written knowledge on Earth. Ships that docked in the harbor were searched for manuscripts, which were copied, translated, and stored within its walls. Philosophers, scientists, poets, and scholars from Egypt, Greece, India, Mesopotamia, and beyond came to study, debate, and write. But then something happened. The library vanished. Burned? Looted? Forgotten by time? No one knows for sure. What we do know is this: the disappearance of the Library of Alexandria may be the single greatest loss of knowledge in human history. Some believe thousands of scrolls containing the cures to diseases, maps of uncharted lands, or even ancient theories of the universe were destroyed forever. Others think remnants may have survived, hidden, scattered, or suppressed. Could the destruction of the library have set human progress back by centuries? Could lost scrolls of science, alchemy, or astronomy have changed the course of civilization? Or perhaps those secrets were never truly lost, but deliberately kept hidden? As we dig deeper into this mystery, we're forced to ask, what do the ancient Egyptians and their Greek successors know that someone didn't want us to find? For centuries, historians and archaeologists have searched for tangible proof of what once existed inside the Library of Alexandria. The deeper we look, the more fragments we uncover. And yet, the greater the mystery grows. The library's origin is relatively well documented. It was reportedly founded during the reign of Ptolemy Isoter, a former general of Alexander the Great, sometime around 285 BC. His goal was revolutionary: to gather every known text, scroll, and work of knowledge from every culture in the known world. The library, situated in the royal quarter of Alexandria, was likely part of a larger research complex called the Mausoleum, or Temple of the Muses. We know from ancient writers like Strabo, Plutarch, and Galen that the library amassed between 400,000 to 700,000 scrolls, a staggering amount for the ancient world. The contents likely included Egyptian religious texts, Babylonian astronomy records, Indian philosophies, Greek science, and perhaps writings from civilizations long lost to time. And yet, despite the supposed wealth of knowledge, not a single scroll has ever been definitively recovered. Not one. How is it possible that such a monumental institution could vanish so completely? Some records offer clues. The Roman historian Plutarch blamed Julius Caesar, claiming that in 48 BC, during a siege of Alexandria, fire from Caesar's ship spread to the docks and ignited the library. Caesar himself even admitted to the destruction of ships, but made no mention of the library. But the library may have suffered more than once. Other accounts suggest further damage occurred under Emperor Aurelian in the 3rd century CE during civil war. Then again in 391 CE, when Theophilus, a Christian bishop, led the destruction of pagan temples under orders from Emperor Theodosius I. Some believe the library or its successor institutions may have been part of the purge. And yet another possible blow came in 642 CE, when Amr ibn al-As, a general of the Islamic Caliphate, reportedly destroyed the remaining texts under Caliph Omar's rule. However, many scholars argue the story was a later invention, unsupported by contemporary sources. Despite all these tales, no one truly knows how or when the library met its end. Interestingly, some evidence suggests the library may have never existed in a single building, but rather as a series of collections spread across Alexandria. In this theory, the famous daughter library in the Temple of Serapis might have outlasted the original. Archaeological excavations at Carmel Dica and other sites in Alexandria have revealed lecture halls and ancient Roman libraries, but nothing conclusively tied to the original Library of Alexandria. There are also scattered references to lost works that may have once been held there. Historians like Heron of Alexandria hinted at advanced mechanical devices. Others speak of pre-Ptolemaic maps, documents about Atlantis, and writings of scientific theories that predate Copernicus or Newton by centuries. But with the library gone, these claims remain unverified, phantoms of possibilities that may never be confirmed. Is it possible some of the scrolls were smuggled out before the final destruction? Could they be hidden in secret vaults, monasteries, or private collections? Even in the 21st century, rumors persist. From the Vatican's sealed archives, to underground chambers in Luxor, to ancient libraries in Timbuktu. Some believe pieces of Alexandria's lost treasure may still survive. So what does the evidence tell us? Only this. The Library of Alexandria was once real, powerful, and irreplaceable. Its destruction, whether sudden or gradual, was a tragedy not just for Egypt, but for all humanity. And yet, the lack of definitive archaeological evidence only deepens a mystery. How can the most famous library in history leave behind no physical trace? Unless we've been looking in the wrong place all along. The Library of Alexandria is often remembered as the greatest repository of ancient wisdom, a beacon of light in the intellectual darkness of antiquity. But with no surviving scrolls and no definitive archaeological footprint, we are left with more questions than answers. What happened to this monumental institution? And could there be more to its story than a simple tale of destruction? Let's explore the possibilities. Hypothesis 1. A gradual death by 1,000 cuts. Some historians argue the library didn't fall in a single fiery catastrophe, as so often depicted, but rather experienced a slow, painful demise. In this view, the destruction of the Library of Alexandria was not a dramatic inferno at the hands of Julius Caesar or Caliph Omar, but rather a centuries-long process of neglect, political turmoil, and religious upheaval. Empires shifted, philosophies changed. What was once revered as divine knowledge was increasingly branded as heretical or irrelevant. As the Roman Empire transitioned to Christianity, pagan institutions like the Mausoleum became ideological targets. Scrolls were left to decay. Scholars fled or were exiled, and over time, the heartbeat of Alexandria's academic community simply faded. The absence of physical evidence, no ruins, no scrolls, no charred fragments, might support this hypothesis. If the library's holdings were dispersed, destroyed in pieces, or forgotten over generations, it's entirely plausible that nothing remained to be preserved. But even this explanation invites another question. If the library's knowledge truly evaporated slowly, wouldn't at least a few scrolls have survived somewhere? Why has not a single document turned up anywhere? Which leads us to another possibility. Hypothesis 2, the secret exodus of knowledge. Could the library's most valuable scrolls have been removed long before the final collapse? Some researchers suggest that a network of scholars and scribes may have secretly relocated the most important texts to other parts of the world. Supporting this theory is the existence of several contemporary knowledge centers that seem to suddenly flourish not long after the library's decline. Consider the famed Library of Pergamon in Asia Minor, or the House of Wisdom in Baghdad centuries later. Even Timbuktu and Mali developed an astonishing manuscript culture, producing works on medicine, astronomy, and mathematics. Were these places merely independent centers of learning? Or did they inherit fragments of Alexandria's intellectual DNA? There are also whispers about early Christian monasteries, particularly in the Sinai Peninsula and the desert of Egypt, where monks transcribed and in countless ancient texts. The Nag Hammadi Library, discovered in 1945, shocked the world with early Christian Gnostic texts buried in jars. Could similar caches of scrolls, perhaps of Greek, Babylonian, or Egyptian origin, still lie waiting? Then there's the Vatican Library, home to one of the most extensive and secretive collections of ancient manuscripts in the world. Some conspiracy theorists claim that parts of Alexandria's collection were taken to Rome by early Christians and hidden away during the rise of the Holy Roman Empire. No hard evidence confirms this theory, but opens a tantalizing door. What if the Library of Alexandria never truly died, but was instead scattered, fragmented, and hidden for safekeeping? Hypothesis 3. The library as a mythological ideal. A more controversial idea is that the Library of Alexandria has become more similar in structure, that it was never as centralized, organized, or vast as legend suggests. In this view, the term Library of Alexandria may refer not to a single building, but to a loose confederation of scroll collections held by scholars, royal archives, and temples throughout the city. The Mausoleum, the Serapeum, private homes, and smaller temple libraries may each have contained parts of the overall body of knowledge. Over time, storytellers and historians compressed these diverse collections into a single monolithic entity, the myth of one great library that held all knowledge. If true, then the tragedy of the library's loss may be less about fire and destruction and more about misinterpretation and nostalgia. We may be mourning not the loss of physical structure, but the collapse of an intellectual golden age, a time when Egypt was the nexus of science, philosophy, and global scholarship. But this theory raises yet another question. Why do so many ancient sources, Greek, Roman, and Arab, describe a library in such awestruck and unified terms? Were they all mistaken? Or is there truth buried in the myth? Hypothesis 4, suppression of knowledge. Now we tread into darker territory. Some believe the Library of Alexandria was not merely lost, but intentionally destroyed to suppress forbidden knowledge. According to this hypothesis, the scrolls may have contained advanced scientific theories, ancient technologies, or spiritual insights that were seen as threats to religious or political authorities. Could ancient Egyptian texts have preserved forgotten technologies, blueprints of lost civilizations, or even contact with extraterrestrial beings? Might Babylonian star charts or Vedic treatises have challenged prevailing religious doctrines? The arrival of Christianity and later Islam brought dramatic changes in worldview. Anything not aligned with the dominant theology might have been deemed heretical. Destroying the library or concealing its contents would have ensured intellectual control over the population. This hypothesis often ties into conspiracy theories about Atlantis, the Hall of Records beneath the Sphinx, or other suppressed histories. While mainstream historians view these claims skeptically, they reflect a broader unease. The idea that we might not know the full story of our past, not because it was lost, but because it was deliberately erased. Hypothesis 5, the library still exists somewhere. And finally, the most hopeful of all theories, that the library, or at least a significant part of it, still survives. There have been persistent rumors of sealed chambers beneath the sands of Egypt, secret vaults beneath the ruins of Alexandria, or ancient collections passed down through secret societies. Even in modern times, expeditions continue to search for underground halls beneath the Serapeum or near Qam el-Shokafa, where unexplored catacombs might still hold treasures. The 2004 discovery of a subterranean lecture hall complex at Qam el-Dika rekindled these hopes. Could it be part of the larger complex of the Mausoleum? Could more lie beneath? There are also whispers of discoveries made but never revealed. Scrolls found in tombs, but quietly hidden away by governments or institutions unwilling to face the paradigm shift such documents could trigger. It may sound far-fetched, but history has shown us time and again that monumental discoveries can lie buried for millennia, waiting. The Library of Alexandria stands today not as a physical place, but as a haunting echo, an idea more powerful in its absence than it ever was in its presence. It has become a symbol of what humanity once reached for, and perhaps what it lost before it truly understood what it had. Was it a single cataclysmic fire that consumed its scrolls? Or was it a slow suffocation, as changing empires, beliefs, and ideologies quietly eroded its foundation? Did fragments of its knowledge survive, hidden in monasteries, buried in the desert, or secretly guarded by those who understood its power? Or perhaps, most unsettling of all, did someone make the conscious decision to erase it from history? The truth remains hidden behind layers of time, silence, and speculation. But one fact is undeniable. Had the Library of Alexandria survived intact, our world today might be dramatically different. We might have unlocked scientific truths centuries earlier. We might have known different gods, read different philosophies, and seen the stars through different eyes. And yet, the dream persists. Some still search the sands of Alexandria. Others comb through forgotten texts, looking for echoes of those ancient scrolls. Every newly discovered manuscript, every unearthed fragment papyrus, raises a hopeful question. Could be a piece of the lost library. Perhaps the Library of Alexandria was not entirely extinguished. Perhaps in some way, it still whispers to us through the questions it left behind, the mysteries it inspires, and the relentless curiosity it kindles in each generation that wonders what was lost and what might still be waiting to be found. For over 2,000 years, the tale of Atlantis has endured, part myth, part legend, and perhaps part truth. Plato described it as a vast and powerful civilization that existed over 9,000 years before his time. A utopia of knowledge, technology, and beauty, Atlantis was said to be swallowed by the sea in a single day and night of misfortune. Most have dismissed it as allegory, a philosophical metaphor. But others believe that Atlantis was real, and that its echoes can still be found, not beneath the Atlantic Ocean, but in the deserts of Egypt. Strangely, it was Egypt where Plato claimed the story of Atlantis originated. He said the tale was passed down to Solon, an Athenian lawmaker, by Egyptian priests in the city of Sais. According to them, the Atlanteans once attempted to invade Egypt but were repelled by Egypt's astonishing civilization, already ancient even then. Why did Plato trace the roots of Atlantis to Egypt? What knowledge did the Egyptian priests possess that the rest of the world has long forgotten? And if Atlantis truly existed, could its remnants lie buried, not beneath the sea, but beneath the sands of one of the world's oldest and most enigmatic civilizations? As we peel back the layers of myth, archaeology, and ancient texts, a tantalizing possibility begins to emerge. That the lost city of Atlantis may not be as distant or as fictional as we've long believed. Plato's dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, are the only primary sources describing Atlantis. But the origin of the story, according to Plato himself, came not from Greek imagination, but from Egypt, specifically from the priests of the temple of Neith in Sais, who told Solon, a respected Athenian statesman, of a catastrophic war between ancient Athens and a powerful island empire located beyond the Pillars of Heracles. That empire, they claimed, vanished beneath the sea in a cataclysm nearly 9,000 years before Plato's time. While historians have long debated the literalness of Plato's account, the mention of Egyptian priests preserving ancient historical records is compelling. Egypt, after all, was one of the few civilizations with written records stretching back thousands of years, far beyond the known history of Plato's own time. But this is not where the evidence ends. In recent decades, several researchers have noted peculiar alignments between Atlantis and ancient Egyptian structures. Take the mysterious city of Heracleion, for instance, once thought to be a myth itself, discovered submerged beneath the waters of Abu Qir Bay, near Alexandria. Massive temples, colossal statues, and entire city blocks lay hidden underwater for centuries, preserved beneath layers of sediment. Heracleion, once the gateway to Egypt, vanished under unexplained circumstances. Though not Atlantis, its sudden disappearance fueled renewed speculation. How many ancient cities lie buried by sea or sand, still waiting to be discovered? Then there's the ancient site of the Giza Plateau. Some researchers argue that the erosion patterns of the Sphinx suggest exposure to heavy rainfall. Rainfall that would date its construction to a time when the Sahara was still green, possibly over 10,000 years ago. This time frame eerily mirrors the supposed date of Atlantis' destruction. And then there's the Osirian in Abydos, an enigmatic subterranean structure of enormous megalithic stones, seemingly out of sync with the more refined temples that surround it. Many scholars note its architectural style and massive blocks are inconsistent with the era of Seti I, under whom the temple above was built. Was the Osirian built by an earlier civilization, one whose history was later absorbed by Egypt? Let's not forget the curious detail from Plato, that Atlantis was made up of concentric circles of land and water. Some satellite images of the Sahara Desert have revealed unusual circular formations. Most notably, the Rikhat structure in Mauritania, sometimes called the Eye of the Sahara. While its geological origins are debated, its resemblance to Plato's description is undeniable, prompting speculation. Could the remnants of Atlantis lie not beneath the sea, but beneath centuries of desert sand? And what are the writings themselves? The Temple of Edfu contains inscriptions believed to be copied from ancient, now lost texts. These inscriptions describe a primordial island civilization ruled by gods that was destroyed in a great flood. Its survivors came to Egypt and passed on their sacred knowledge. The Egyptians referred to this as the Island of the Egg or the Island of the Primeval Ones, a lost land eerily reminiscent of Plato's Atlantis. When viewed in isolation, each of these findings might seem coincidental, but taken together, they form a pattern, one that suggests Egypt may hold not just echoes of Atlantis, but possibly its very legacy. The connection between Atlantis and Egypt is a subject of intense speculation, and one that, for centuries, has invited both scholarly scrutiny and fervent debate. Could the legends of Atlantis be rooted in historical truth? If we allow ourselves to consider the possibility that Atlantis was not merely a fictional creation, but an ancient civilization that once existed, the implications are staggering. Let us first explore the idea that the Egyptians, with their rich cultural history, were not only witnesses to, but possibly the inheritors of the lost civilization of Atlantis. The Egyptian priesthood, which Plato's dialogue suggests held knowledge of Atlantis, was deeply connected to ancient wisdom, preserved through millennia. They were the keepers of knowledge, science, and religion, the very individuals who might have been aware of Atlantis' destruction. Perhaps the myth of Atlantis was not a mere tale of an idealized civilization, but rather a historical account, passed down from generation to generation, of a real and highly advanced culture that existed long before the rise of Egypt. Plato's description of Atlantis, its technology, its society structure, its incredible wealth, mirrors much of what we see in ancient Egyptian culture. Some researchers believe that Egypt itself may have been a cultural successor to Atlantis, absorbing the survivors of the civilization and its advanced knowledge, the inherited knowledge of Atlantis. According to this hypothesis, when Atlantis fell, possibly due to a great cataclysmic event such as a massive earthquake, tsunami, or even a meteor impact, its survivors could have fled to various parts of the world, including Egypt. These survivors were brought with them advanced technology and wisdom, which the Egyptians may have integrated into their own society. The Egyptians could have been the custodians of knowledge lost by Atlantis, passing it down to the next generations. This would explain why the Egyptians were able to develop such sophisticated architectural techniques, complex mathematical systems, and an astronomical calendar far ahead of its time. The striking similarity between the mythical descriptions of Atlantis and the real-world accomplishments of ancient Egypt is hard to ignore. The use of advanced geometry in the construction of the pyramids, the creation of highly detailed and accurate astronomical charts, and the understanding of medicine and engineering all point to an ancient, well-established knowledge base. Was this knowledge passed down directly from the Atlanteans? The concentric circles of Atlantis and the Giza Plateau. One of the most tantalizing clues in the search for Atlantis lies in Plato's description of its geography. He spoke of a civilization built upon concentric circles of land and water. Strangely, this description bears a striking resemblance to the layout of the ancient Giza Plateau, with the Great Pyramid at its center, surrounded by smaller pyramids and other structures that seem to follow a deliberate pattern. Could the layout of the Giza Plateau be a faint echo of Atlantis' lost city, intentionally designed to reflect the celestial and earthly alignment of the Atlantic metropolis? Some researchers even suggest that the Great Pyramid of Giza was built to mirror a larger cosmic structure, a form of celestial architecture intended to connect with the stars, a concept that may have originated with the Atlanteans themselves. Given the Giza Plateau's unique features, such as the alignment with the stars of Orion's belt, it is not unreasonable to think that the ancient Egyptians, with their profound knowledge of astronomy, might have learned these techniques from the survivors of Atlantis. The sunken cities of Heracleion and Atlantis. The discovery of Heracleion, the submerged city off the coast of Egypt, provides compelling evidence to support the theory that Atlantis was not a myth, but a real city that eventually succumbed to a similar fate. Heracleion, much like Atlantis, was a flourishing city of extraordinary wealth and power that disappeared beneath the sea. Archaeological findings suggest that Heracleion was once a major trade hub and a spiritual center, much like the mythical Atlantis. if we consider that Heraclean might have been part of an ancient, thriving Egyptian seaport, perhaps a city founded by survivors of Atlantis, it raises a possibility that Atlantis was not an isolated civilization. Rather, it could have been part of an expansive network of advanced societies, some of which may have been located in the Mediterranean and some in Egypt itself. The Rick-Hat structure, a geographical echo. Another fascinating piece of evidence comes in the form of the Rick-Hat structure in Mauritania, often referred to as the Eye of the Sahara. This geological formation, with its concentric rings of rock, closely resembles a description of Atlantis given by Plato. While scientists attribute the structure to natural forces, such as erosion and volcanic activity, its symmetrical, circular formation continues to fuel speculation. Could this be the remains of an ancient city, one that existed long before the rise of Egypt, and possibly one that was linked to the lost civilization of Atlantis? Could this structure be the very heart of Atlantis, its central hub, now buried beneath the desert sands? The Egyptian legacy of Atlantis. Finally, consider the enigmatical Syrian Abydos, a site that some believe was built by a civilization older than the pharaohs of Egypt. The massive megalithic stones found at the Osirian appear to be out of place with the rest of the Egyptian architecture, suggesting they were constructed by a much earlier, more advanced culture. These remnants could be the physical traces of a civilization, perhaps even Atlantis, that predates Egypt's own dynastic history. Could the ancient Egyptians have been the heirs to Atlantis, inheriting its technology, knowledge, and wisdom, and integrating it into their own culture? Were the Egyptian gods, such as Osiris, an attempt to preserve the memory of the Atlanteans who came before them? As we consider the tantalizing possibilities surrounding the lost city of Atlantis and its connection to Egypt, we are left with more questions and answers. Could mysterious survivors of Atlantis have made their way to Egypt, bringing with them ancient knowledge that was crucial to the rise of one of history's most remarkable civilizations? Did the Egyptians inherit the wisdom of the Atlanteans, preserving it in their monumental structures and sacred texts? Or was Atlantis merely a myth, a tale spun by ancient storytellers that was later imbued with layers of truth and legend? The evidence we have uncovered thus far, Plato's descriptions of Atlantis, the architectural marvels of the Giza Plateau, the celestial alignments, the discovery of Heraclean, and the enigmatic Rick-Hat structure raises a question of whether Atlantis could have been a real place. And if it was, could it have truly had a profound influence on Egypt, a civilization that seemed to possess knowledge far beyond what should have been possible for its time? Some might argue that the connection between Atlantis and Egypt is merely a product of our imagination, an attempt to link two powerful ancient cultures in a way that satisfies our curiosity and desire for a deeper understanding of history. Others, however, suggest that the evidence is simply too compelling to ignore. From the incredible alignment of Egypt's pyramids to the peculiar similarities in mythology and architecture, the possibility that these two ancient civilizations were connected in ways we are only beginning to understand remains a tantalizing mystery. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between. Atlantis was a real place, its memory fading over millennia, its survivors spreading their knowledge across the ancient world, and leaving behind subtle traces of their once great civilization. The Egyptian culture may have, indeed, absorbed aspects of this lost wisdom, but much of it remains locked away in the sands of time, just as Atlantis itself is said to be submerged beneath the ocean. As we continue to explore the mysteries of Egypt and the legends of Atlantis, one thing remains clear. The answers are still out there, waiting to be uncovered. The stories we've inherited, passed down through generations, hold secrets that continue to fuel our fascination with the past. And perhaps, one day, modern science and archaeology will unlock these ancient riddles, revealing the full extent of connection between Egypt and Atlantis. But for now, the mystery persists, its shadows stretching across the centuries. The great city of Atlantis, whether real or imagined, remains one of the most enduring enigmas in human history. Its connection to Egypt still a riddle that challenges us to look beyond the known world and into the depths of the past. What do you think? Was Atlantis real? And if so, how deep does its connection to Egypt run? As we continue to peel back the layers of ancient history, we may just find that the answers to these questions lie closer than we think. The ancient Egyptians were renowned for their extraordinary achievements in architecture, astronomy, and mathematics. Their monumental structures, such as the Great Pyramid of Giza, stand as a testament to their incredible understanding of science. But perhaps one of their greatest and most overlooked accomplishments was their calendar system. The Egyptian calendar, which dates back to around 3000 BCE, was far more accurate than any other civilization's calendar at the time. What makes this even more fascinating is the fact that the Egyptians did not have the technological advancements we associate with modern astronomy. They had no telescopes, no advanced machinery, no computers. Yet they were able to develop a calendar that was remarkably precise, aligning closely with the solar year. In fact, the Egyptian calendar was so accurate that it provided the foundation for many other calendar systems that followed. But how did they manage to achieve this level of precision? And what did their calendar tell us about their understanding of the cosmos? Was this knowledge passed down from ancient civilizations, or did the Egyptians themselves unlock the secrets of the heavens? The Egyptians observed the natural world with an intensity that was unparalleled in the ancient world. They meticulously tracked the movements of the sun, the stars, and the moon, and their observations were integral to the development of their calendar system. One of the most crucial aspects of their calendar was its reliance on the solar year. The Egyptian year was based on the movement of the sun, specifically the time it took for the sun to return to the same position in the sky. This cycle, known as the solar year, lasted approximately 365.25 days. To keep their calendar in alignment with the solar year, the Egyptians divided the year into 12 months of 30 days each, with an additional 5 days added at the end of the year to account for the remaining time. These 5 extra days were called epigomenal days, and they were considered sacred, dedicated to the birth of the gods. Despite its simplicity, the Egyptian calendar was incredibly accurate. The 365-day year was off by only about 6 hours each year. While this may not sound like much, over centuries, it led to a significant shift in the calendar. But the Egyptians used their meticulous observations to make adjustments. They also had a lunar calendar, which was used for religious purposes, such as determining the dates of festivals and rituals. The lunar calendar was based on the phases of the moon, and its cycle lasted around 29.5 days, giving the Egyptians the ability to track both the sun and the moon with great accuracy. Evidence of the Egyptian calendar can be found in many places across ancient Egypt, from temple inscriptions to famous Sothic cycle, a method by which the Egyptians tracked the heliacal rising of the star Sirius. The rising of Sirius, which coincided with the flooding of the Nile River, was crucial to the Egyptian agricultural cycle. This event marked the beginning of the new year and was used to synchronize their calendar with the natural world. The use of the Egyptian calendar was not just limited to daily life. It played a vital role in religious rituals and the planning of monumental construction projects, such as the building of the pyramids. The alignment of these structures with the stars and the sun suggests that the Egyptians' understanding of time and astronomy went hand in hand, and their calendar was a reflection of their profound connection with the cosmos. So, how did the ancient Egyptians develop such an accurate calendar system? While the evidence clearly points to their intense observation of the natural world, many scholars believe that their knowledge of astronomy may have been more advanced than we realize. Could the Egyptians have inherited this knowledge from earlier civilizations, possibly lost to history? Or did they develop their understanding of time and the cosmos independently, unlocking the secrets of the heavens through observation alone? One theory suggests that the Egyptians' astronomical knowledge could have been passed down from ancient civilizations predating them, perhaps even from the mythical civilization of Atlantis, which some believe was an advanced society that existed long before recorded history. According to this theory, the knowledge of the solar year, the lunar cycle, and the movement of the stars was shared between these ancient peoples, and the Egyptians were the ones to preserve it and integrate it into their society. Alternatively, it is possible that the Egyptians' advanced understanding of the solar year was a result of centuries of careful observation and trial and error. The Egyptians were keen astronomers, and their civilization was built on a deep understanding of cycles and patterns in nature. It is possible that they developed their calendar system through generations of empirical study, carefully observing the movements of the sun and stars and adjusting their calendar accordingly. Another fascinating hypothesis revolves around the idea that the Egyptians may have used a form of lost or advanced technology to help them with their observations. Some researchers speculate that the Egyptians could have used simple yet highly effective devices such as water clocks, sundials, or star clocks to track the passage of time with extraordinary precision. If this were the case, it would mean that the Egyptians had access to advanced methods of timekeeping, which could have allowed them to synchronize their calendar with the solar and lunar cycles more accurately than other ancient civilizations. There is also the question of whether the Egyptians were influenced by extraterrestrial knowledge. Throughout history, there have been numerous theories suggesting that ancient civilizations, including the Egyptians, were visited by beings from other worlds. These theories propose that these beings imparted advanced knowledge, including astronomical insights, to early human societies. While there is no direct evidence to support this idea, the incredible precision of the Egyptian calendar raises intriguing questions about how they were able to achieve such an advanced understanding of time without the technological tools we rely on today. Whatever the true origin of the Egyptian calendar, it is clear that it was an essential tool for the civilization's success. The calendar provided a framework for everything from agriculture to religious rituals to monumental construction. It allowed the Egyptians to predict the flooding of the Nile River, which was critical for their agriculture, and it helped synchronize their festivals with celestial events. It also played a role in the construction of the pyramids and other monumental structures, as the Egyptians were able to align their buildings with the stars using a precise knowledge of time and the heavens. As we explore the Egyptian calendar, we must ask ourselves, did the ancient Egyptians possess a secret knowledge of time and the cosmos that has been lost to history? And how much of this knowledge was passed down to us, either directly or through the civilizations that followed? The mysteries surrounding the Egyptian calendar may never be fully answered, but they continue to captivate our imaginations and inspire our quest to understand the secrets of the past. As we reflect on the incredible accuracy of the ancient Egyptian calendar, we are faced with more questions than answers. How did a civilization, with no telescopes, no computers, and no modern scientific tools, develop such a precise system of timekeeping? Was their understanding of the cosmos the result of years of meticulous observation? Or could they have inherited knowledge from a civilization long lost to history? Or perhaps, as some theories suggest, their advancements were made possible by extraterrestrial influences, a mysterious guiding hand from the stars? What is clear is that the Egyptians' calendar was far more than just a tool for tracking time. It was a key to understanding the natural world, a symbol of their deep connection to the cosmos. It shaped their daily lives, their agricultural practices, their religious rituals, and the very construction of their monumental pyramids. It is a testament to the ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians and their extraordinary ability to interpret the movements of the stars, the sun, and the moon. The question remains, what do the Egyptians know that we don't? How much of their astronomical knowledge was passed down to us, and how much was lost to the sands of time? As we continue to unravel the mysteries of ancient Egypt, one thing is certain: there are still many secrets waiting to be discovered. And just as we have only begun to scratch the surface of the Egyptian calendar, so too do the other mysteries of ancient Egypt remain unsolved, waiting for us to explore. In our next journey, we will dive into another enigma from this fascinating civilization, the enigmatic discovery of the Queen's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, and uncover what secrets it may hold about the true purpose of the pyramids and the knowledge of the ancient Egyptians. Stay tuned as the mysteries of ancient Egypt continue to unfold before us, revealing more questions and answers. Ancient Egypt is often recognized for its monumental achievements, pyramids, art, and mysticism. But among its greatest contributions to humanity may be its groundbreaking understanding of medicine. The ancient Egyptians were ahead of their time in many ways, from their knowledge of anatomy to their complex treatments for various ailments. But the true extent of their medical prowess remains shrouded in mystery. What were the secrets behind their healing practices? How did they develop such advanced techniques without the technology we rely on today? from the use of herbal remedies to sophisticated surgical tools. Egyptian medicine was remarkably advanced for its time. The Egyptians performed complex procedures like dental work, surgeries, and even brain surgeries. But how did they acquire this deep knowledge? Was it passed down through generations of skilled healers? Or was there a more profound source, perhaps even one that we have yet to fully understand? Join us as we explore the extraordinary world of ancient Egyptian medicine and uncover the mysteries behind its many healing practices. Could the Egyptians have been in possession of knowledge that we are only beginning to rediscover today? To explore the medical knowledge of the ancient Egyptians, we first need to look at the evidence that has been uncovered over the years, ranging from the discovery of medical texts to archaeological finds. Ancient Egyptian medical practices are best understood through a combination of inscriptions, papyri, and artifacts that have survived thousands of years. One medical text and papyrus. One of the most significant sources of information on ancient Egyptian medicine is the Ebers Papyrus, which dates back to around 1550 BCE. This document is one of the oldest surviving medical texts, detailing a wide array of medical treatments and herbal remedies. The Ebers Papyrus includes instructions for treating ailments such as wounds, infection, digestive disorders, and even issues like infertility. It contains instructions on how to make medicinal ointments, which herbs should be used for various illnesses, and the use of magical incantations alongside practical remedies. Similarly, the Kan Papyrus focuses on gynecological and obstetric issues, indicating that the ancient Egyptians had a deep understanding of women's health. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, on the other hand, is an ancient surgical text that describes various injuries, surgical treatments, and diagnostic techniques. It includes detailed information on how to treat fractures, dislocations, and even head injuries, showing that the Egyptians were capable of performing advanced surgery. These texts, alongside others, provide strong evidence that the Egyptians had an advanced understanding of the human body and medical treatments. 2. Surgical tools and artifacts. Archaeological discoveries have revealed that the Egyptians possessed highly advanced surgical instruments for their time. These tools, made from bronze, stone, and other materials, include scalpels, forceps, and bone saws. The precision with which these tools were crafted suggests that Egyptian physicians had a sophisticated understanding of surgery and anatomy. Moreover, some mummies have been found to exhibit evidence of surgeries performed during life. For example, mummies with trepanation scars, indicating brain surgery, suggest that the ancient Egyptians were capable of performing delicate and potentially life-saving procedures on the human skull. In some cases, mummies have shown evidence of successful healing after surgery, which points to the high level of skill possessed by ancient Egyptian healers. 3. Anatomical knowledge. The Egyptians had a surprisingly advanced understanding of human anatomy. While their knowledge was not as extensive as modern anatomy, their ability to perform surgical operations indicates that they had an in-depth understanding of the human body. Studies of mummies have shown that Egyptians understood the importance of the heart, brain, and circulatory system. Their embalming practices also point to a certain level of anatomical expertise, as they carefully preserved internal organs like the liver, lungs, and intestines. Interestingly, the Egyptians also practiced medical techniques like autopsy during the mummification process. This allowed them to study the body in great detail, which may have contributed to their medical knowledge. 4. Herbal remedies. Herbal medicine was an essential part of Egyptian healing practices. Numerous medicinal plants were used to treat various conditions, from simple wounds to more complex diseases. The Ebers Papyrus lists hundreds of plants and their healing properties, ranging from aloe vera, used to treat burns and wounds, to opium, used as a painkiller. The Egyptians also used other substances, such as honey, which has natural antibacterial properties, and various minerals, which were believed to have healing powers. Evidence suggests that ancient Egyptian medicine was heavily reliant on the use of natural resources found in the environment, which may have been more effective than many modern treatments in certain circumstances. Given the advanced medical knowledge evidenced by ancient texts, surgical tools, and mummification practices, one might wonder how the ancient Egyptians developed such expertise. There are several hypotheses to consider when trying to explain the origins of their medical knowledge. 1. knowledge passed down through generations. One possibility is that Egyptian medicine evolved gradually through generations of healers who passed down their knowledge and practices. The Egyptians were meticulous record keepers, and it is likely that medical knowledge was documented and shared within the community. These practices could have been refined over thousands of years, with each generation building upon the discoveries of the previous one. There may have also been professional medical schools, where apprentices learned the intricacies of healing and surgery from experienced practitioners. This transmission of knowledge would have ensured that Egyptian medicine remained sophisticated and advanced for centuries. 2. Influence of external knowledge. Another theory posits that Egyptian medicine may have been influenced by other ancient cultures. Egypt's position as a hub of trade and culture in the ancient world means that it was likely exposed to various ideas and techniques from surrounding civilizations. For example, the Mesopotamians, with whom the Egyptians had contact, also had their own advanced medical practices. It's possible that Egyptian doctors adopted and adapted techniques from these cultures, integrating them into their own healing methods. Furthermore, some researchers suggest that the knowledge possessed by the Egyptians may have come from even more ancient civilizations, such as those in the Indus Valley or even Sumer. There are theories that ancient Egyptian culture was influenced by advanced knowledge from regions far beyond Egypt, perhaps even including extraterrestrial contact. While there is little hard evidence to support these ideas, the sophistication of Egyptian medicine leaves many wondering whether some of their knowledge was not entirely of earthly origin. 3. Connection to the divine. Many aspects of Egyptian life were deeply spiritual, and medicine was no exception. In ancient Egypt, illness was often thought to be a punishment from the gods, and healing was as much a spiritual practice as a medical one. Priests and physicians were often one and the same, and many medical treatments involved prayers, rituals, and incantations. Some theorists believe that the Egyptians may have considered their medical knowledge to be a divine gift, passed down from the gods or obtained through divine inspiration. Could the remarkable healing techniques of the ancient Egyptians have been a result of mystical or supernatural forces? Perhaps their understanding of medicine was far deeper than we realize, with a blend of spiritual and scientific knowledge that has since been lost or misunderstood. As we delve deeper into the mysteries of ancient Egyptian medicine, we are left with more questions and answers. The sophistication of their medical knowledge, spanning everything from surgery to herbal remedies, speaks to an understanding of the human body that seems almost otherworldly for its time. How could such a civilization, without access to modern tools or technology, achieve such feats? Could it be that the Egyptians discovered their medical knowledge through careful observation of the natural world? Or was it passed down from even earlier, more advanced cultures? Perhaps the answers lie hidden in the vast libraries and temples of ancient Egypt, awaiting discovery. As we continue to explore the lost secrets of the Egyptian world, it's clear that the legacy of Egyptian medicine is one of many untold stories that continue to inspire wonder and curiosity. The question remains, just how much knowledge did the ancient Egyptians possess that we have yet to uncover? And as we move on to our next journey, we'll tackle another one of Egypt's greatest mysteries, the mysterious artifacts from King Tut's tomb. These objects, many of which still baffle scientists today, might hold the key to understanding the hidden truths of Egyptian culture and its enigmatic past. Stay with us as we continue to uncover the profound secrets of ancient Egypt, secrets that are still waiting to be revealed. When the tomb of King Tutankhamun was discovered in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter, the world was stunned by the incredible wealth and astonishing array of artifacts found within it. The tomb, located in the Valley of the Kings, contained over 5,000 items, including golden statues, ornate jewelry, chariots, weapons, and ceremonial items. Among these treasures were objects that have since become legendary, sparking questions about their purpose and significance. However, amidst the dazzling array of riches, there are several artifacts that remain enigmatic. What do these objects truly signify about ancient Egyptian beliefs? And why were they included in the tomb of such a young and relatively minor pharaoh? Was King Tut's tomb merely a reflection of royal wealth and power? Or could these artifacts hold hidden meanings, secret messages, or even keys to understanding the ancient Egyptian worldview. Many of the objects found in Tut's tomb appear to defy explanation, raising more questions than answers. What do they tell us about ancient Egyptian culture, their view of the afterlife, and their technological prowess? Could some of these artifacts even be part of a larger, hidden story that is yet to be understood? One of the most intriguing aspects of King Tut's tomb is the sheer variety and complexity of the items it contained. Among the many treasures were several mysterious artifacts that seemed to transcend the realm of mere wealth, embodying something deeper, perhaps a spiritual significance, a political message, or even an otherworldly connection. These items seemed to have been carefully chosen, each serving a specific purpose that went beyond what was immediately visible. Some scholars have suggested that these artifacts were meant to guide Tutankhamun through the afterlife, ensuring that he would have the tools necessary for his journey into the next world. Others argue that the objects were symbolic of Egypt's power, wealth, and religious practices at the time of his death. Whatever their true purpose, these artifacts remain shrouded in mystery, inviting speculation and debate. In this investigation, we will explore the most mysterious and significant of these artifacts, seeking to understand their true meaning and uncover the hidden stories they may hold. Could they provide a glimpse into the spiritual beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, the political turmoil of Tutankhamen's reign, or even something more elusive, an untold story of Egypt's distant past? The discovery of King Tutankhamen's tomb in 1922 was nothing short of a historical breakthrough. Hidden in the Valley of the Kings for over 3,000 years, the tomb offered a time capsule into ancient Egypt, providing an unprecedented glimpse into material culture and religious practices of the period. Among the thousands of items recovered were artifacts whose purposes and meanings continue to baffle scholars and archaeologists. One of the most iconic finds within Tut's tomb was the golden mask. This exquisite piece, which covered the pharaoh's mummified face, was crafted from solid gold and inlaid with lapis lazuli and turquoise. The mask represents the epitome of ancient Egyptian craftsmanship and is often cited as a symbol of Tutankhamen's wealth and status. However, its true function remains a subject of debate. While many view it simply as a burial mask intended to preserve the king's likeness for the afterlife, others believe it may have been part of a more complex ritual or symbolic process. Some experts suggest that the mask's placement over Tut's face could have been part of a larger ceremonial practice designed to ensure the king's spiritual journey into the afterlife, or even to safeguard him from supernatural forces. Next, we have the Golden Throne, which is another extraordinary artifact found in the tomb. The throne, intricately detailed with scenes of the young king and his wife, Enchesinated, is a stunning piece of ancient Egyptian art. What stands out about this throne, however, is a depiction of Tutankhamen's royal power in the form of his intimate relationship with his queen. The artwork, which shows the royal couple in a relaxed and almost domestic setting, suggests a moment of serenity and peace amidst the political turmoil that marked Tut's reign. However, it is unclear why this throne was included in the tomb. Was it purely ceremonial, or did it hold a deeper meaning related to Tut's personal life and his afterlife? Another fascinating artifact in the tomb is the chariot, which was one of several vehicles discovered. Chariots were important symbols of Egyptian military power, and the discovery of a fully intact chariot in the tomb of Pharaoh has led to much speculation. Some believe that the chariot was meant to serve as a means of transport in the afterlife, ensuring that Tutankhamun would be able to travel between the realms of the living and the dead. Others suggest that the chariot's presence in the tomb could be symbolic of the young king's martial prowess. Even though his reign was largely peaceful and his military campaigns were minimal. In either case, the chariot represents a potent symbol of royal authority, and his inclusion in the tomb has led scholars to wonder about the significance of warfare and the spiritual beliefs of ancient Egyptians. Equally mysterious are the weapons found within the tomb, including a dagger made from a meteorite. The weapon's unusual material has sparked considerable interest, as meteorites were viewed as having divine or supernatural properties by many ancient cultures, including the Egyptians. The dagger itself is not only a fine example of ancient craftsmanship, but also serves as a reminder of the seemingly otherworldly nature of the items found in Tut's tomb. Some believe that the dagger's origin from a celestial body symbolized the king's divine right to rule, while others argue that the weapon could have been intended as a powerful tool for protection in the afterlife. Perhaps one of the most enigmatic items found in the tomb is the set of shabdas, small figurines meant to serve as servants of Pharaoh in the afterlife. These figurines were placed in the tomb to ensure that Tutankhamun would never be without assistance during his journey through the underworld. While the concept of shabdas is not unique to Tut's tomb, the sheer number and variety of these figurines found in his burial site raise intriguing questions. Were these figurines simply functional, or did they have symbolic meanings that we have yet to fully understand? Additionally, the level of detail and craftsmanship in these small statues, especially in their facial expressions, suggests that they were created with great care, perhaps to reflect the pharaoh's desires for his afterlife and the roles these figures were meant to play. There are also numerous jewelry pieces found in the tomb, many of which have intricate designs and feature semi-precious stones like lapis lazuli, turquoise, and carnelian. The most famous of these is the death mask and the necklace found near the king's mummified body. Jewelry in ancient Egypt was not just a form of adornment, it had spiritual significance. Amulets, rings, and necklaces were believed to offer protection in the afterlife, with each piece having its own meaning. The jewelry found in Tutankhamun's tomb may have been meant to protect the king's soul, ensuring he was shielded from evil forces during his journey through the afterlife. The use of symbols like the scarab, an Egyptian emblem of rebirth, reinforces this idea. Finally, the funerary texts found in the tomb, specifically the coffin text in the Book of the Dead, provide another layer of evidence regarding the spiritual beliefs that surrounded Tut's death and burial. These texts, which were inscribed on the tomb walls on the king's coffins, offer a window into ancient Egyptian views on death and the afterlife. The texts are filled with spells, prayers, and instructions for navigating the underworld. They suggest that Tut's afterlife journey was seen as one fraught with challenges, and these texts were meant to guide him through these obstacles, ensuring his safe passage to the realm of the gods. Together, these artifacts from King Tutankhamun's tomb paint a vivid picture of ancient Egyptian religious beliefs, political power, and cultural practices. However, despite the wealth of evidence these objects provide, there's still much we do not understand about their deeper meanings. What do these items truly tell us about the role of King Tut in Egyptian society? Were they simply items of personal wealth and power, or do they contain hidden messages about his reign, his spiritual beliefs, and the world in which he lived? The artifacts found within King Tutankhamun's tomb have been the subject of extensive scholarly debate, but they also give rise to a variety of hypotheses concerning their meaning, purpose, and the enigmatic role they played in the king's burial. These artifacts provide more than just material wealth. They hold keys to understanding ancient Egyptian religion, beliefs surrounding the afterlife, and the complex social and political structure of the time. Let's examine some of the prevailing theories surrounding these mysterious objects. One hypothesis that stands out is the idea that King Tutankhamun's tomb was a symbolic representation of his journey through the afterlife, and the artifacts within it were not mere possessions, but tools meant to aid in his spiritual transition. Ancient Egyptian beliefs held that the afterlife was a treacherous journey, fraught with obstacles, tests, and threats. To ensure a successful transition, the deceased was equipped with various objects, amulets, and texts to guide them through this perilous realm. The meticulous inclusion of numerous figurines, chariots, weapons, jewelry, and elaborate texts in Tut's tomb suggests that these items were meant to serve as both spiritual and practical tools in the afterlife. Each object may have had a specific function in helping the young king pass to the realms of the dead, just as his royal duties had a purpose in the living world. The golden mask and the golden throne, for instance, might not only represent symbols of power, but could also have a deeper spiritual role. The mask may have been meant to preserve King Tut's identity, allowing him to continue to interact with the divine realm. By maintaining his likeness in the afterlife, Tut could continue to function as a ruler even after death. The throne, which depicts Tut and his wife in intimate settings, could be seen as a representation of the union between the living and the divine, a metaphor for the eternal bond between Tutankhamun and the gods. Another fascinating hypothesis is that the mysterious artifacts in Tut's tomb are linked to secret religious or mystical practices. Some scholars believe that Tut's reign was part of a broader movement to re-establish additional polytheistic beliefs following the heretical rule of his father, Akhenaten. Akhenaten had famously attempted to introduce a form of monotheism by elevating the sun god Aten above all other gods. Following his death, Tut reinstated the old god in temples, though it is unclear whether he personally believed in the gods or was influenced by the political agenda of his priests. The artifacts in Tut's tomb, many of which depict gods and divine symbols, could be seen as a deliberate attempt to reinforce the power and importance of these deities. The presence of religious texts, amulets, and statues of gods within the tomb suggests that these objects were not just protective symbols for the king, but were designed to connect him with the divine forces that he believed would help him in the afterlife. One of the more intriguing hypotheses is that the artifacts may have been meant to fulfill a prophetic or divine purpose. The ancient Egyptians believed that the pharaohs were intermediaries between the gods and the people. The presence of mystical objects in Tut's tomb could indicate that he was seen as a chosen figure destined for a higher purpose, beyond mere kingship. Some researchers suggest that these artifacts were part of a prophetic vision, where Tutankhamun was being prepared for an important spiritual or cosmic role. The use of celestial elements, such as the meteorite dagger and the depiction of divine power through the objects in his tomb, may indicate that Tut's legacy was meant to transcend mortal reigns, connecting him with a greater cosmic plan. The use of a meteorite dagger, in particular, could symbolize the king's connection with the heavens, suggesting that he was destined to carry out a divine mission. There's also the possibility that the extensive wealth and number of artifacts in Tutankhamun's tomb reflect the political and social expectations of the time, particularly in the context of the pharaoh's role. During Tut's reign, Egypt was in a state of political transition following the collapse of Akhenaten's religious revolution. The return to traditional polytheism and the restoration of old temples and gods would have required a significant display of power and wealth to solidify the pharaoh's authority. The artifacts found in his tomb may have served to demonstrate Tut's wealth, legitimacy, and divine mandate to rule. By burying him with such treasures, the priests and officials may have been ensuring that Tut's legacy would remain intact, emphasizing his role as a powerful and rightful ruler in the eyes of the gods and the people. A more speculative theory suggests that some of the artifacts in the tomb may have been related to esoteric or forgotten scientific knowledge. The sharp, nearly otherworldly appearance of some of the items, such as the meteorite dagger, raises questions about the technology and materials available to the ancient Egyptians. The use of meteorite iron in the dagger is particularly curious, as ancient Egypt did not have the technology to extract iron from the earth. Meteorites, which were rare and valued for their celestial origin, could have been seen as possessing mystical properties. The possibility that the Egyptians possessed more advanced understanding of material science or access to resources that have since been lost to history is an exciting avenue of exploration. Finally, the treasure trove of items in Tutankhamun's tomb might have been meant to immortalize his reign and his vision for Egypt's future. In the final years of Tut's reign, Egypt was recovering from the tumult of his father's rule and the destabilizing effects of Akhenaten's religious policies. The items in Tut's tomb could represent not only his personal wealth, but also his legacy as a ruler who helped return Egypt to its former glory. As a young and relatively powerless king, Tut may have been manipulated by powerful figures in his court, but the tomb's treasures were nonetheless an attempt to solidify his legacy in Egyptian history and religious thought. The sheer scale of the tomb's treasures may have been an expression of the king's hope to be remembered as a ruler who restored the divine order and safeguarded the country's future. The mystery surrounding the artifacts of King Tutankhamun's tomb continues to captivate scholars, archaeologists, and enthusiasts alike. What do these objects truly reveal about the ancient Egyptian worldview, and what can we learn from the wealth of symbolic and material treasures buried with the young king? With every artifact uncovered, we seem to gain a better understanding of the beliefs, practices, and political realities of ancient Egypt. But the deeper meaning behind many of these treasures remains elusive. The idea that these objects serve not just as tools for the afterlife, but as symbols of divine power, political legitimacy, and cosmic destiny raises more questions than answers. Were the treasures placed in King Tut's tomb simply a reflection of his short reign, or were they intended to convey a greater, hidden meaning? Perhaps a legacy meant to outlast his untimely death? The meticulous craftsmanship, the celestial references in the artifacts, and the presence of esoteric symbols all point to something deeper than mere opulence. As for the mystical theory surrounding the tomb, it is hard to ignore the possibility that some of the artifacts might have had a hidden purpose known only to the ancient priests and the pharaoh's inner circle. Could some of these items have been imbued with spiritual or magical powers meant to guide the king through the dangers of the afterlife? Or were they part of a ritual designed to elevate King Tut to divine status beyond the mortal world? The presence of objects such as the meteorite dagger and the golden mask also raises fascinating questions about the ancient Egyptians' access to advanced materials and their understanding of the natural world. Could their knowledge of metallurgy, astronomy, and cosmology have been more advanced than we currently realize? Or were these objects simply the result of craftsmanship honed over centuries of trial and error? In the end, King Tutankhamun's tomb stands as a testament to the mysteries of ancient Egypt that continue to fascinate and confound us. While many of the artifacts have been analyzed, cataloged, and even understood in a practical sense, their true meaning, whether spiritual, political, or scientific, remains tantalizingly out of reach. What secrets remain locked in the sands of Egypt? And will we ever fully understand the true significance of the treasures buried with the boy king? This mystery, like so many others in the world of ancient Egypt, invites us to explore deeper into the past and reconsider what we think we know about history, science, and spirituality. It is a reminder that even in our modern age, some of the greatest mysteries remain unsolved, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to venture into the unknown. As we conclude this exploration of the enigmatic artifacts found in King Tut's tomb, we are left with more questions than answers. But isn't that the beauty of history? It is the questions, those elusive, ungraspable mysteries, that keep us coming back for more, urging us to dig deeper into the past and uncover the secrets that lie hidden beneath the surface. One of the most captivating discoveries in the realm of ancient Egyptian history is the sunboat of Pharaoh Khufu, found buried near the Great Pyramid of Giza. In 1954, archaeologists uncovered this incredible artifact, which has sparked intense fascination and speculation. The sunboat is no ordinary vessel, measuring a remarkable 142 feet in length and meticulously crafted from rare Lebanese cedar wood. Its purpose seems far beyond that of a simple burial item. Khufu, the ruler who commissioned the construction of the Great Pyramid, reigned during the 4th dynasty of Egypt. The discovery of the sunboat has led many to wonder. Why would a pharaoh, already entombed in one of the world's most impressive structures, need such a grand vessel? Some believe it was intended as a transport for his soul, while others argue it may have been a symbol of eternal power. The boat's alignment with the pyramid and its association with the sun further deepens its mystery, linking it to the religious beliefs surrounding Ra, the Egyptian sun god. As we explore the secrets of the sunboat, we'll delve into the symbolic role it played in the Egyptian journey to the afterlife, its connection to the cosmic forces that govern life and death, and its mysterious purpose within the context of Khufu's reign. Could this boat have been more than a mere funerary artifact? Could it have represented a vehicle for Khufu's divine journey into the afterlife, following the path of the sun god Ra? Or was its significance even greater, touching upon the very nature of Egyptian cosmology and beliefs about the eternal cycle of life and death? In this exploration, we'll uncover the layers of mystery surrounding the sunboat of Khufu, a discovery that continues to intrigue both historians and archaeologists alike. The sunboat of Khufu, often referred to as the Khufu boat, is a remarkable artifact that has intrigued archaeologists and historians since its discovery. Buried in a pit near the Great Pyramid of Giza, the boat's excavation provided valuable insight into both the material culture of ancient Egypt and its religious beliefs surrounding the afterlife. When the boat was uncovered in 1954, it was in a disassembled state, The 1,224 pieces of the boat were carefully cataloged and restored, revealing a vessel of extraordinary craftsmanship. Measuring 142 feet, 43 meters, in length, it was built from 1,200-year-old Lebanese cedar wood, a material highly prized in ancient Egypt for its durability and aromatic qualities. The boat's construction included 12 pairs of oars, a helm, and a rudder, suggesting it was intended for a crew, though no evidence of actual use during Khufu's lifetime was found. The boat was found in a specially constructed pit within the pyramid complex, surrounded by other artifacts that indicated its significant role. The pit itself was sealed, and the boat was buried with great care, suggesting it was intended for use in the afterlife. The boat's alignment to pyramid, along with its positioning near the south side of the structure, indicates that it was not merely a ritual object, but may have been a key component in the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. The purpose of the sun boat, however, extends beyond the boat's physical attributes. Researchers point to its symbolic meaning as a crucial element in the pharaoh's religious beliefs. Ancient Egyptians believed that the journey to the afterlife was a dangerous voyage through the underworld, and the sun boat was linked to the idea of Ra, the sun god, and his daily journey across the sky. Just as Ra's boat was believed to carry the god to the heavens each day, Khufu's boat was likely meant to ensure that the pharaoh could travel with the sun, even in death. Moreover, there is a strong belief that the sun boat had a ceremonial function tied to the passage of time and celestial alignment. The Egyptians were obsessed with the movements of the stars and the sun, and many of their structures, including the pyramids themselves, were aligned to the stars. The boat's purpose might have been to allow Khufu to embark on a cosmic voyage to unite with Ra and continue his divine rule in the afterlife. The boat's craftsmanship and materials also suggest it was far more than a simple burial item. Its size, construction, and significance in the burial complex underscore its role in the Egyptian belief system. It was not just a physical object. It was a symbol, an offering, and perhaps a vehicle of divine power. Several other ancient Egyptian tombs also contained boats, but none were as elaborate or as intricately designed as Khufu's. This sets the sun boat apart as an extraordinary object within the context of Egyptian funerary practices. What makes this particular boat even more enigmatic is the lack of a similar vessel associated with any other pharaohs of the period, which may indicate Khufu's exceptional status and belief in his own divinity. The sun boat seems to be uniquely tied to Khufu's royal ideology and his desire to transcend mortality and join the gods. Thus, the evidence provided by the sun boat, its construction, placement, materials, and connection to Ra, suggests it played a significant role in the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. It could have been an instrument for navigating the afterlife, an eternal vehicle that would carry Khufu with the sun across the sky for eternity. The sun boat of Khufu presents a fascinating enigma. Was it simply a symbolic burial object, or did it serve a deeper function? One possibly rooted in forgotten technologies, cosmic alignment, or even proto-scientific understanding of the universe. The mystery surrounding this perfectly preserved wooden vessel opens a door to several compelling hypotheses, ranging from religious symbolism to advanced, lost knowledge. Mainstream hypothesis: the solar journey in the afterlife. According to mainstream Egyptological perspective, the sun boat was a funerary bark designed to transport Pharaoh Khufu's soul through the afterlife, mirroring the daily celestial voyage of the sun god Ra. In Egyptian cosmology, Ra traveled across the sky each day in his solar boat and descended into the underworld at night, battling chaos and rebirthing at dawn. Pharaohs, believed to become divine in death, were thought to join Ra on this eternal journey. The sun boat's discovery near the southern side of the Great Pyramid supports this view. The south was associated with the afterlife and the divine realm in Egyptian religion. This location, paired with the boat's orientation, suggests it was carefully placed to align with cosmic beliefs. It was more than a tomb offering. It was a pharaoh's celestial transport. Some scholars argue that the boat may have been used ceremonially during Khufu's life in religious processions or pilgrimage journeys down Nile, and then ritually buried. However, there's no evidence of water damage or wear, implying it may have been constructed specifically for burial and never touched the river. Alternative hypothesis: a functional boat for celestial alignment or ritual use. Another hypothesis proposes that the sun boat wasn't just a symbolic or funerary item, but part of a broader, more complex system involving astronomical alignment and ritual navigation. The Great Pyramid itself is famously aligned with great precision to the cardinal points, and some theorists suggest the pyramid complex was constructed as part of a vast astronomical observatory. Under this theory, the sun boat could have been a ceremonial instrument used in solar festivals or rituals, especially those tied to solstices or equinoxes. Some speculate it might have been moved or placed on temporary platforms to align with certain stars or the sun's position at key times of year. Such uses would tie in with Egyptian reverence for celestial movements and their belief in the pharaoh's divine connection to the heavens. If true, this theory reframes the boat as not merely funerary, but as an instrument in a larger religious technological system. It may have symbolically or even literally linked the earthly realm of the celestial, with Khufu as a divine mediator. Fringe hypothesis: evidence of lost ancient technology or knowledge. Moving into more speculative territory, some fringe theorists propose that the sun boat was not just symbolic or ceremonial, but a remnant of lost technological knowledge. They suggest that the precision with which it was crafted, without nails or metal fasteners, using intricate joinery that remains perfectly preserved, indicates mastery over materials and physics that modern engineers still admire. Proponents of this idea point to other anomalies in Egyptian architecture and engineering, like the perfect stone cuts in the pyramids and temples, as evidence of advanced knowledge that may have been lost. Some go further and argue that the boat may have been part of a now-forgotten technology, perhaps designed to harness solar or electromagnetic energy in ways we do not understand today. These theories also tie into ideas about the pyramid serving functions beyond burial, perhaps as energy-generating structures or even communication devices. In this framework, the sun boat could have acted as a vehicle for collecting or focusing cosmic or solar energy, possibly for religious rituals or even transportation of soul in a literal sense. Of course, there is no direct evidence supporting this view. Most academic researchers dismiss these ideas as unsubstantiated, and indeed, the lack of written records makes such interpretation speculative. But the enduring mystery of the boat's design, placement, and extraordinary preservation continues to spark curiosity. Symbolic hypothesis: the boat as an ideological object. Another angle explores the sun boat as an object of pure political and theological ideology. Khufu, as one of Egypt's most ambitious and enigmatic rulers, was engaged in a massive effort to define kingship, not just in life, but in death. The construction of the Great Pyramid, the largest ever built, was part of this assertion of divine authority. The sun boat, then, may have been designed to reinforce the pharaoh's identity as a god king, literally one who travels with the sun. Its burial would serve not only religious purposes, but also propagandistic ones, embedding in stone and cedar with a message that Khufu was not just a man, but a god who would sail the skies forever. In this light, the boat's very existence becomes a kind of theological narrative carved into the landscape. The pharaoh wasn't just commemorated, he was mythologized. The boat's symbolic power helped bind the political structure to a divine cosmology that legitimized the pharaoh's rule over both the earthly and spiritual realms. Comparative mythology, similar concepts in other civilizations. Interestingly, the idea of a boat ferrying the soul to the afterlife isn't unique to Egypt. In Norse mythology, the dead were sometimes buried in ships to carry them to the afterlife. The ancient Greeks had shared in ferrying souls across the river Styx. Even in Mesopotamian legends, boats appear in cosmological narratives. This recurring theme may indicate a shared symbolic framework among ancient civilizations, a recognition of water as a boundary between worlds, and boats as sacred vehicles to transcend that boundary. The Egyptian sun boat might then be part of a broader human attempt to understand life, death, and the cosmos. Modern interpretations, scientific appreciation, and preservation. Today, the Khufu boat is housed in the Grand Egyptian Museum, relocated from its original display site to better preserve and protect it. Engineers and archaeologists who reconstructed it marveled at its joinery techniques, including mortise and tenon joints, rope lashings, and plank symmetry, methods that require precise knowledge of behavior and naval architecture. Modern boat builders have even recreated models based on the Khufu boat to test how it would perform on water. These replicas revealed it could have floated and functioned perfectly, despite lacking a keel, supporting the idea that it was technically seaworthy even if never used. This technical marvel offers insights not just into Egyptian religion, but into their craftsmanship, logistical organization, and vision. It suggests that their engineering skill wasn't limited to stonework. It extended into organic materials and complex maritime designs. The sun boat of Khufu, resting in silent majesty for over 4 millennia, continues to defy simple interpretation. Whether viewed through the lens of religion, astronomy, engineering, or speculative science, this vessel is far more than a collection of planks and rope. It embodies a civilization's attempt to bridge the mortal world with the divine, the earth with the sky, the pharaoh with eternity. Mainstream Egyptologists sees the boat as a masterpiece of funerary symbolism, an eternal chariot for the soul of Khufu, aligned with the solar deity Ra. Yet the precision of its construction, the absence of wear, and the deliberate burial within a sealed pit adjacent to one of the most enigmatic structures on Earth leave room for deeper questions. Could this boat have served a purpose now lost to time? Was it ever meant to sail on earthly waters, or was it part of grander spiritual technology, one aimed at traversing the cosmic ocean? Even among skeptics, the ore remains. How did the ancient Egyptians, without iron tools or modern shipbuilding methods, create such a perfectly balanced, seaworthy craft? Why such intricate craftsmanship for something never intended to be used? These questions only intensify when we recall that a second boat pit, still sealed, lies nearby, its contents untouched. What might that sister ship reveal? In the end, the sun boat of Khufu is not just an archaeological artifact. It is a narrative carved in wood, a riddle wrapped in sacred geometry, a relic from a time when myth, science, and statecraft were indistinguishable. And like so many other mysteries of ancient Egypt, it reminds us that we are still students of a lost knowledge, one that beckons us not only to look back, but to imagine what might yet be uncovered. As the sun sets over the Giza Plateau and casts its last rays on stone and sand, we are left with the same question that haunted early explorers and modern scholars alike. What other secrets lie buried in the shadow of the pyramids? We set out with one haunting question. How could a civilization as ancient as Egypt create wonders so precise, so complex, so impossibly advanced, that even today's scientists and engineers are still left puzzled? 20 mysteries later, we are no closer to a definitive answer. Instead, we've opened 100 more doors. We walk among the shadows of the Great Pyramid and found chambers whose purpose no one can agree on. We examine the dendrolite, an image carved in stone that looks eerily like a modern electrical bulb. We stood in awe of the Sphinx, its weathered body whispering tales of rain that shouldn't have existed in the Sahara for thousands of years. And what did we find? Clues, patterns, symbols, but never certainty. What do we make of the precise astronomical alignments of the temples? The hidden rooms discovered with modern scanning technology? The inexplicable preservation of mummies for thousands of years? Or the gold mask of a boy king, crafted with such finesse that we still don't fully understand how it was made? The more we dig, the more questions we unearth. And the sand of Egypt doesn't give up its secrets easily. Some say the ancient Egyptians were simply brilliant, masters of observation, engineering, and spiritual devotion. Others suggest they inherited lost knowledge, perhaps from older civilization lost to time, or something even more speculative. Whispers of Atlantis, of advanced forgotten technologies, even visitors from the stars. These are not just Hollywood fabrications. These are serious theories, proposed by academics, explorers, and scientists who were once skeptics themselves until they stood face to face with something they couldn't explain. But here's the most astonishing part. The Egyptians themselves never claimed to invent most of their knowledge. Their own writings credit the gods or mysterious Shem Sahur. beings who ruled before the pharaohs, as the true bearers of wisdom. Myths? Perhaps. But myths often contain a sliver of memory, a distorted echo of something real, a flood, a fall, a forgotten age. And so we're left asking, did ancient Egypt truly rise alone? Or was it the heir to civilization even older, now buried under oceans of time? Are these mysteries merely gaps in our historical knowledge? Or are they intentional riddles, encoded for those bold enough to look deeper? Because the more we search, the more Egypt seems less like a civilization and more like a message written in stone, in light, in silence. And maybe that's why it still holds us captive. Because ancient Egypt doesn't just sit in the past. It reaches forward into our curiosity, into our science, into our very sense of what humanity is capable of. It asks us not just what we know, but what we think we know. And in the end, perhaps that is its greatest power. So now, we leave you with the same question we asked at the very beginning. What if the true legacy of ancient Egypt isn't in its pyramids, but in the mysteries it refuses to let us solve? And what if the answers aren't hidden in the desert, but within ourselves? But what if ancient Egypt was only the beginning? Because just beyond the Nile, in the deserts of Peru, the jungles of Cambodia, and the mountains of Turkey, lie ruins that don't belong in the timeline we were taught. Massive stone blocks moved without modern tools. Precision cuts we still can't replicate. And symbols shared across cultures separated by oceans and centuries. What connects the pyramids of Egypt with the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, with the temples of Mesoamerica, and the megalithic sites of Göbekli Tepe? Were these ancient civilizations exchanging knowledge? Or were they all tapping into a deeper, older, forgotten source? In our next video, we explore top 20 ancient civilizations that shouldn't have existed, where we unravel impossible cities, mysterious technologies, and lost empires that defy the textbooks. Because what if everything we thought we knew about human history is only the surface of something far older? Hit subscribe, turn on the bell, and prepare to question everything.